from the Senate chambers, Parliament buildings, and it is a broadcast that is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in partnership with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. A warm welcome to you, and we're glad that you're joining us for these proceedings this afternoon. Just about a minute and a few seconds to 2:30 in the PM. That is the time allocated for the sitting. And on your screens right now, that is inside the Senate chambers, the House is about to commence, or the sitting is about to commence. Members of the Senate should be making their way into the chamber now, and of course in a short while we are also expecting to see the Speaker's procession also making its way into the House. Just to notice that this afternoon the Senate is resuming the plenary sitting after a recess, or a short recess that ended yesterday, that is the 13th of July, and this afternoon begins, or the senators are resuming those plenary sittings to be able to conclude on the business that has been lined up for consideration during this fifth session. So this afternoon, there are bills that have been lined up for consideration at the division stage. There are 3 bills. That is the Assisted Reproductive Technology Bill, a bill originating from the National Assembly and co-sponsored by the Honorable nominated Senator Catherine Muma. The other bill that is set for consideration at the division is the County Government Laws Amendment Bill, a bill originating from the Senate and sponsored by the Honorable Senator Abdul Haji, and also the Community Health Promoters Bill, a bill originating from the National Assembly, a bill that is co-sponsored by the Senate Majority Leader, or the Leader of the Majority Party at the Senate, Honorable Aaron Cheruiyot. These are 3 bills that are lined up for division or consideration at the division stage this afternoon. And of course, the bills are also lined up for consideration at the Committee of the Whole. About 8 bills are set to be considered at the Committee of the Whole. There is a bill that is lined up for resumption of debate. This is the Kenya Roads Amendment, number 3 Amendment Bill, number 3, originating from the National Assembly, a bill that is co-sponsored by the Senate Majority Leader. This is a bill that seeks to make amendments to the Kenya Roads Act. There are a number of sections in that particular act that in this bill, or this bill, seeks to amend. That means there are some sections that are due for deletion, and also some sections that shall be substituted. For instance, this bill proposes the deletion of section 47. This is regarding the classification of roads, and substitute it with a new section. This says regarding the classification of roads whereby a new public road is established, the responsible authority or a county government shall submit to the Cabinet Secretary a request in writing for classification of the road. That is the procession of the Speaker right into straight from the office into the chamber along the red carpet aisle. The Speaker has made his way into the House to preside over this afternoon sitting. You will now allow me to hand you over to this live broadcast that is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in partnership with KBC. Good afternoon.
Na tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, twakusihi tutazame kwenye neema nyingi na baraka sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita kwa nyadhifa za uongozi katika jamhuri hii yetu. Tutakuomba utuwajalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Clerk, do we have quorum? Sergeant at Arms, kindly ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes.
So the prayer has been said and the chair taken. However, the House has faced or is facing a quorum hitch at the commencement of the sitting of the Senate. The Speaker, Honorable Amason Jeffa Kingi, has directed that the quorum bell be rung for 10 minutes. Of course, this is as provided for in the House Standing Order number 40. The Standing Order number 39 of the Senate stipulates that the quorum of the Senate at the commencement of a sitting shall be 15 members. And of course, if that is not present, Standing Order number 40 then indicates that that quorum bell shall be on. However, we note that this is the first day the Senate is resuming from a short recess, and we also understand the works of the Senate also extends to the committees. So members of the Senate have also been undertaking committee sittings to be able to also come up with various reports that are normally tabled on the floor of the House for consideration. So as that bell is on, for members of the Senate to be able to make their way into the House, we shall continue to take a look at the priority business, or at least part of the priority business that they shall be transacting this afternoon once the House corrects. Earlier on, I had indicated to you that there is a bill that the House shall be resuming debate on. It is a bill that is at its second reading stage. That means debate on it is underway. That is the Kenya Roads Amendment number 3 bill. It is a bill that is originating from the National Assembly, Bill number 34 of 2025. And there are a number of amendments that are being done to it, including deletion and also substitution of these sections. Section 47 is due for deletion and being substituted. This is about the classification of roads, and it indicates that a public road shall be classified in the manner that is set out in the first schedule to this particular act. Also, where a new public road is established, the responsible authority or a county government shall submit to the Cabinet Secretary a request in writing for classification of that particular public road. Also, the Cabinet Secretary shall, in classifying that particular public road or public roads, ensure that the classification accurately reflects the function served by the public road. Also, all parts of the country have reasonable access to a national trunk road or a county road. Also, responsibilities that have been given to the cabinet secretaries that they shall classify public roads in consultation with the relevant county government, and at least once every 5 years review the classification and assignment of public roads. There is another clause or sections that are being inserted into this particular amendment regarding the Kenya Roads Act. This regards the responsibilities of county governments, that the county governments also should be involved in this particular roads mandate. And so in this particular section, each county government shall, within its area of jurisdiction, following the insertion of the new section, that is 47A as well as 47B in CAP 408, maintain, rehabilitate, and develop county roads, manage road reserves, and facilitate access to roadside developments within or with respect to county roads. Also, the county governments shall, within the area of jurisdiction, implement road policies in relation to county roads. Also, ensure adherence to the rules and guidelines on axle load control as prescribed under the Traffic Act and any regulations made under this particular act. Also, ensure that the quality of county road works is in accordance with national standards issued by the Cabinet Secretary, and also oversee the management of traffic and road safety on county roads, and also collect all such data that is related to the use of county roads as may be necessary for efficient planning under this particular act, and also monitor and evaluate the use of county roads. This is a new section, or these are new sections, that is section 47A and 47B. The new section also continues to put these responsibilities on the county governments, including they need to plan the development and maintain the county roads, prepare the county investment program and annual county road works programs for county roads, and also coordinate with road authorities or agencies in planning and operations in respect of county roads. The quorum bell is currently underway. We have seen more senators making their way into the House. Remember, the quorum that the House is looking for is 15. And of course, we have seen a number of members, at least getting to the chamber, and we believe in just a short while, more members shall be able to get into the House, and the House will be able to attain that much needed quorum for it to be able to commence. Also, being the first day after the short recess that the members had proceeded to this afternoon, pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 53, paragraph 1, is that which gives an opportunity for the members to be able to request or to seek for statements from various standing committees. This afternoon, the Senator for Vihiga County, Honorable Godfrey Osotsi, is set to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights. This regards the implementation of the government's compensation and reparations program for victims of demonstrations-related violence and enforced disappearances. The Honorable nominated Senator Hamida Kibwana this afternoon, once the House commences, or once the sitting commences, will be seeking a statement from the Standing Committee on Roads, Transportation and Housing regarding the cases of unregulated developments, encroachment on public spaces, and obstruction of roads, pedestrian walkways, and drainage systems in estates within the Nairobi City County. Pursuant to that provision, well, the 10-minute quorum bell has lapsed. We should be getting a communication from the Speaker on whether the quorum has been attained for the House to be able to commence. And we shall just wait for the Speaker to indicate. However, pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 53 also, I shall continue to read out these particular statements that the members shall be seeking this afternoon. The Senator for Marsabit County, Honorable Mohamed Chute, will this afternoon seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Energy regarding the state of electricity connectivity in Sesi, Moyale constituency, and also in Luyai, Lupas, Turuya, and all right, let's listen in.
Honorable Senators, we do have quorum now. Kindly take your seats. Senator Osotsi and Senator for Kakamega. Clerk, you may proceed to call the first order.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable Senators, I take this opportunity to welcome you back from the recess. I hope you had time to meet with your constituents, friends, and families over the past 3 weeks. I also hope that you took time to rejuvenate your spirits for the resumption of regular sittings for part 4 of the 5th session. This part will run until the rise of the Senate on Thursday, 6th of August, 2026. Now, Honorable Senators, as you will recall, in part 3 of the session, Parliament considered and passed the following bills: the Counter Allocation of Revenue Bill, Senate Bills number 10 of 2026, and the County Government's Additional Allocations Bill, Senate Bills number 8 of 2026. The Counter Allocation of Revenue Bill, Senate Bills number 10 of 2026, was assented to by His Excellency the President on the 29th of June 2026. Further, the Senate considered and passed the report on the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the county government's equitable share cash disbursement schedule for the financial year 2026-2027, thereby approving the release of the requisite funds to the county governments to enable them to perform their functions. However, I take this opportunity to remind you that we still have a long way to go in processing business. As indicated in today's order paper and the program of business, the legislative agenda before the Senate is heavy. To dispense with the business in timely manner, it requires sacrifices to be made on the part of all honorable senators, including coming into the plenary early and sitting through until the rise of the House. Above all, it is imperative that the movers of business listed in the order paper are in the chamber to prosecute the same. On my part, as usual, I will, in consultation with the Senate leadership, implement measures aimed at expediting and processing of businesses in the Senate. These measures will include the enforcement of time limits on questions and statements, as well as the allocation of time for motions and bills in accordance with the standing orders. Furthermore, the majority and minority party whips are urged to ensure that the requisite number of county delegations is achieved whenever there are divisions to be undertaken. Honorable Senators, as I conclude, I wish to reiterate that my office remains open and accessible to all senators for consultations and support in fulfilling your constitutional duties. I wish you a fruitful engagement in part 4 of the 5th session. I thank you. Next order.
Order number 3, messages.
Senator Koreri, you may want to greet your colleagues later so that we proceed with business. Now, honorable senators, I have several messages to report to you. I wish to report to the Senate that pursuant to Standing Order 46.3 and 4, I received the following message from the Speaker of the National Assembly regarding the passage by the National Assembly of the Quality Healthcare and Patient Safety Bill, National Assembly Bill number 41 of 2025. The message, dated Thursday, 18th of June 2026, was received in the office of the Clerk of the Senate on Tuesday, 23rd June 2026, when the Senate had proceeded on recess. It was subsequently circulated to all honorable senators via letter dated 24th of June 2026. Now, pursuant to Standing Order 46.5, I now report the message. Whereas the Quality Healthcare and Patient Safety Bill, National Assembly Bill number 41 of 2025, was published via Kenya Gazette Supplement number 144 of 17th of July 2025 as a bill seeking to provide for the responsibility of the national and county governments in the realization of quality of healthcare for patients, to provide for the establishment, powers, functions of the Quality Healthcare and Patient Safety Authority, registration, licensing, accreditation of health facilities, to provide for the setting of standards for quality of healthcare and for connected purposes. And whereas on the 2nd of June 2026, the National Assembly considered the bill and passed it with amendments in the form attached hereto. Now, therefore, in accordance with the provisions of Article 110 of the Constitution and Standing Orders 41 and 142 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby refer the bill to the Senate for consideration. Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order number 163, which requires that a bill which originates in the National Assembly be proceeded with by the Senate in the manner as the bill introduced in the Senate by way of first reading, in accordance with Standing Order 144, the bill has been accordingly listed in the order paper. I thank you. Again, honorable senators, I wish to report to the Senate that pursuant to Standing Order 46.3, I received a message from the Speaker of the National Assembly regarding the passage by the National Assembly of the Kenya National Library Service Bill, National Assembly Bills number 20 of 2023. The message, dated Wednesday, 1st of July 2026, was received in the office of the Clerk of the Senate on Friday, 3rd July 2026, and subsequently circulated to senators via letter dated 7th of July 2026. Now, pursuant to Standing Order 46.5, I now proceed to report the message. Whereas the Kenya National Library Service Bill, National Assembly Bills number 20 of 2023, was published via Kenya Gazette Supplement number 74 of 24th of May 2023 as a bill to give effect to Article 11.2a of the Constitution to establish the Kenya National Library Service and provide for the management of the Kenya National Library Service, and whereas on Wednesday, 1st of July 2026, the National Assembly considered and passed the said bill with amendments and in the form attached hereto. Now, therefore, in accordance with the provisions of Article 110(4) of the Constitution and Standing Order 142 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby refer the said bill to the Senate for consideration. Now, Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order 163, a bill originating in the National Assembly is proceeded with by the Senate in the same manner as a bill introduced in the Senate by way of first reading and in accordance with Standing Order 144. Accordingly, the Kenya National Library Service Bill, National Assembly Bills number 2023, will be listed in tomorrow's order paper for the first reading. Honorable Senators, I further wish to report to the Senate that pursuant to Standing Order 46.3, I received a message from the Speaker of the National Assembly regarding the passage by the National Assembly of the County Allocation of Revenue Bill, Senate Bills number 10 of 2026. The message dated February 2026 was received in the office of the Clerk of the Senate on the same date. Pursuant to Standing Order 46.5, I now proceed to report the message. Whereas the County Allocation of Revenue Bill, Senate Bills number 10 of 2026, was published via Kenya Gazette Supplement number 107 of 30th of April 2026 as a bill concerning county governments to provide for, enter earlier, the equitable allocation of revenue raised nationally among the county governments for the year 2026-2027 and the responsibilities of the national and county governments pursuant to such allocations. And whereas the Senate considered and passed the bill with amendments on Wednesday, 17th of June 2026, and thereafter referred it to the National Assembly for consideration pursuant to the provisions of Article 110(4) of the Constitution. And whereas on Thursday, 25th of June 2026, the National Assembly considered and passed the bill without amendments in the form passed by the Senate. Now, therefore, in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 41.1 and 144 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby convey the said decision of the National Assembly to the Senate. Now, Honorable Senators, you will recall that I transmitted this message to all senators via the letter reference SEN/L&P MSG 2026 into bracket 01, dated the 26th of June 2026, in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 46.5. In that letter, I indicated that in view of the fact that the National Assembly had passed the County Allocation of Revenue Bill, Senate Bill number 10 of 2026 without amendments, I will be referring the bill to His Excellency the President for assent, pursuant to Standing Order 169.1 and Article 110(5) of the Constitution. Honorable Senators, I wish to inform you that the bill was assented to on Monday, the 29th of June 2026. Honorable Senators, you may take your seats before I proceed to conclude the messages. Honorable Senators, I wish to report to the Senate that pursuant to Standing Order 46.3, I received a message from the Speaker of the National Assembly regarding the passage by the National Assembly of the Agricultural and Livestock Extension Services Bill, Senate Bills number 12 of 2022. The message dated Wednesday, 1st of July 2026 was received in the office of the Clerk of the Senate on Friday, 3rd July 2026. Now, pursuant to Standing Order 46.5, I now report the message. Whereas the Agricultural and Livestock Extension Services Bill, Senate Bills number 12 of 2022, was passed by the Senate on Wednesday, 21st of February 2024, and thereafter referred to the National Assembly for consideration pursuant to Article 110(4) of the Constitution. And whereas the National Assembly considered and passed the said bill on Wednesday, 10th of June 2026 with amendments in the form attached hereto. Now, therefore, in accordance with the provisions of Article 112(1)(b) of the Constitution and Standing Orders 41(1) and 144 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby convey the said decision of the National Assembly to the Senate. Honorable Senators, you will recall that this message, together with the schedule of the National Assembly amendments to the Agricultural and Livestock Extension Services Bill, Senate Bills number 12 of 2022, was transmitted to all honorable senators via the letter reference SNN/LNP/message.2026 into brackets 02, dated the 7th of July 2026, in accordance with the provisions of Standing Orders 46(5) and 165(1). In the letter, I did indicate that I had directed the relevant standing committee to consider the National Assembly amendments and table its report in order to facilitate the Senate's consideration of the said amendments. Honorable Senators, the National Assembly amendments were indeed referred to the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries, which is required to table its report on or before Tuesday, 28th of July 2026. The Senate Business Committee will thereafter appoint a time for the consideration of the motion on the amendments. The House is guided accordingly. Further, I wish to report to the Senate that pursuant to Standing Order 46(3), I received a message from the Speaker of the National Assembly regarding the passage by the National Assembly of the Kenya Sign Language Bill, Senate Bills number 9 of 2023. The message dated the 2nd of July 2026 was received in the office of the Clerk of the Senate on Friday, 3rd July 2026. Pursuant to Standing Order 46(5), I now report the message. Whereas the Kenya Sign Language Bill, Senate Bills number 9 of 2023, was passed by the Senate on Wednesday, 21st February 2024, and referred to the National Assembly for consideration pursuant to the provisions of Article 110(4) of the Constitution, and whereas the National Assembly considered and passed the said bill on Wednesday, 24th of June 2026 with amendments as contained in the schedule of amendments attached herewith. Now, therefore, in accordance with the provisions of Article 112(1)(b) of the Constitution and Standing Orders 41 and 144 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby convey the said decision of the National Assembly to the Senate. Now, honorable Senators, you will recall that this message, together with the schedule of the National Assembly amendments to the Kenya Sign Language Bill, Senate Bills number 9 of 2023, was transmitted to all honorable senators via the letter reference SNN/LNP/message.2026 into brackets 02, dated the 7th of July 2026, in accordance with the provisions of Standing Orders 46(5) and 165(1). In the said letter, I indicated that I had directed the relevant Standing Committee to consider the National Assembly amendments and table its report in order to facilitate the Senate's consideration of the said amendments. Honorable Senators, the National Assembly amendments were referred to the Standing Committee on Education, which is now required to table its report on or before the 28th of July 2026. The Senate Business Committee will thereafter appoint a time for the motion for consideration of the amendments by the House. The House is guided accordingly. Finally, I wish to report to the Senate that pursuant to Standing Order 46(3), I received a message from the Speaker of the National Assembly regarding the passage by the National Assembly of the County Government's Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 25 of 2023. The message dated Thursday, 2nd of July 2026 was received in the office of the Clerk of the Senate on Friday, 3rd July 2026. Now, pursuant to Standing Order 46.5, I now report the message. Whereas the County Government Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 25 of 2023, was passed by the Senate on Thursday, 2nd of May 2024, and thereafter referred to the National Assembly for consideration pursuant to the provisions of Article 110(4) of the Constitution. And whereas on Wednesday, 1st of July 2026, the National Assembly considered and passed the said bill with amendments as contained in the schedule of amendments attached herewith. Now, therefore, in accordance with the provisions of Article 112(1)(b) of the Constitution and Standing Orders 41(1) and 144 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby convey the said decision of the National Assembly to the assembled Senate. Now, honorable senators, you will recall that this message, together with the schedule of the National Assembly amendments to the county governments Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 25 of 2023, was transmitted to all senators via a letter reference SEN/LNP/message.2026 into brackets 02, dated the 7th of July 2026, in accordance with the provisions of Standing Orders 46.5 and 165.1. In the letter, I did indicate that I had directed the relevant standing committee to consider the National Assembly amendments and table its report in order to facilitate the Senate's consideration of the said amendments. Now, honorable senators, the National Assembly amendments were indeed referred to the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations, which is required to table its report on or before Tuesday, 28th of July 2026. The Senate Business Committee will thereafter appoint a time for the motion for consideration of the amendments by the Senate. The House is guided accordingly. Next order, clerk. Yes, Senator Kakamega, you may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for that communication, and also thank the National Assembly for the quick action they took on our business on the matter of county allocation of revenue bill. I also want to thank the President for signing. Mr. Speaker, you have made communications on important issues concerning Kenyans, on health, on agriculture, Mr. Speaker, and on sign language. Mr. Speaker, you have responded by quickly putting the business from the National Assembly as a priority. Could you either explain or give your commitment to this House that when our business goes to the National Assembly, the National Assembly will receive and also prioritize that business with the urgency that it deserves? Because, Mr. Speaker, as you know, there's a lot of our business that sits on the shelves in the National Assembly without action being taken. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Senator for Kakamega, indeed, the Senate Business Committee has discussed a particular concern. I have personally, as your Speaker, taken this matter to the Speaker of the National Assembly. I have written a letter to the Speaker of the National Assembly. I have personally walked across to have a meeting with the Speaker of the National Assembly, and I've been given an undertaking that the business that emanates from this House to our sister House will be given priority, just like we give priority to the business from the National Assembly. So we hope that that undertaking will help us move business that originates from either House. Next order. Yes, Senator Enoch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that assurance. It's actually refreshing to hear that there is a commitment on the other side to fast-track the business that emanates from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, we all know that agriculture is the devolved function. And I've heard you, Mr. Speaker, in your messages, make reference to the livestock bill. Mr. Speaker, at whatever stage then that bill becomes the business of this House or even the National Assembly, the Speaker just wanted to bring to your attention and the attention of the House, indeed the attention of the country, that currently, the Speaker, we seem to be having a major problem with the importation of livestock from South Africa because of an outbreak of foot, I think the foot and mouth. And the Speaker, there is millions of shillings, actually almost billions of shillings of Kenya's money that is stuck with the importers. They cannot bring in their animals because their quarantines have been declared in certain regions within South Africa. So the Speaker, when that matter comes up for debate, if it does, either here or on the other side of the House, then it will be important, the Speaker, to consider the plight of livestock importers, especially those that are bringing in animals from the Southern African region. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, Honorable Senator. You need not wait until somebody prompts either House to move. You may, either by way of a statement or a question directed to the relevant ministry, have this matter addressed. Next order.
Order number 4, petitions.
The Senator for Nairobi City County, the Honorable Edwin Sifuna.
Thank you, Speaker. It's good to see you after the break, and colleagues. I have a petition by informal traders and residents affected by the Kenya Railway projects in Nairobi. We, the undersigned, citizens of the Republic of Kenya, residents and former traders of Laini Sabah market operating within Laini Sabah and Woodley wards in Kibra constituency, draw the attention of the Senate to the following. Number 1, that we are informal traders and residents affected by the Kenya Railways project in Laini Sabah and Woodley wards in Kibra constituency, who have for many years occupied the areas for trade and livelihood and were duly identified and enumerated as project-affected persons. That despite our long-standing occupation and prior enumeration, Kenya Railways Corporation has subjected us to intimidation, harassment, selective demolitions, arrests of leaders, backdated notices, forced evictions, and displacement without due process or fair administrative action. That the timing of the demolitions and evictions has often coincided with peak business periods, thereby disrupting our businesses, livelihoods, and economic survival. That the actions complained of amount to unfair, oppressive, and discriminatory treatment against marginalized traders and residents. That the actions were carried out without proper public participation, transparency, and a failure to uphold accountability in the planning, procurement, implementation, and relocation processes affecting the petitioners. That the failure by relevant public bodies to properly coordinate the resettlement and relocation process has precipitated and worsened the crisis facing the petitioners. That the purported resettlement and relocation facilities provided are structurally deficient, inadequately designed, economically unviable, insecure, and lack basic amenities and supporting infrastructure, including water, sanitation, access roads, and disability-friendly facilities. That we have made the best efforts to have these matters addressed by the Nairobi City County and national government officials, written complaints to Kenya Railways and relevant ministries, all of which have failed to give a satisfactory response. That none of these issues raised in this petition are pending in any court of law, constitutional, or any other legal body. Wherefore, your humble petitioners pray that the Senate investigates this matter with a view to recommending that the affected traders and residents are 1, granted appropriate compensation for the loss and disruption suffered as a result of the Kenya Railways project, and 2, be resettled in adequate, safe, and functional facilities to enable them sustainably carry on their trade and livelihoods. reported by Senator Sifuna, Senator Nairobi County. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Senator. Now, Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order 238-1, I commit the petition to the Standing Committee on Roads, Transportation and Housing. And in terms of Standing Order 238-2, the said committee is required in not more than 60 calendar days from the time of reading the prayer, which is today, to table its report in the Senate for consideration. Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
The Senate Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Senate today, Tuesday, 14th July 2026. 1, Control of Budget, COB, report on the county government's budget implementation review for the 9 months of financial year 2025-2026. 2, the annual statutory report on the operations and performance of the regulated circles in Kenya for the year 2024. And finally, 3, report on the National Treasury on all new loans contracted by the government from 1st January 2026 to 30th April 2026. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Chairperson, Standing Committee on Energy.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, Tuesday, 14 July 2026. Report of the Standing Committee on Energy regarding alleged irregularities in the petroleum products supply chain. Second, report of the Standing Committee on Energy on its inquiry regarding the handing over of a cooking gas handling facility in Mombasa County to a private farm. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Now, Honorable Senators, before I allow the clerk to call the next order, kindly allow me to make the following communication. As you may have noted, the Senate Majority Leader laid on the table of the Senate this afternoon the report of the National Treasury and Economic Planning on all loans contracted by Government of Kenya from 1st of January 2026 to the 30th of April 2026. The report by the National Treasury on the stated period contains details on all loans signed between the national government and various creditors. Now, Honorable Senators, Section 31(1) of the Public Finance Management Act states, and I quote, "The Cabinet Secretary shall submit to Parliament every 4 months a report of all loans made to the national government entities and county governments in accordance with Article 211(2) of the Constitution." Now, pursuant to Section 31(3) of the Public Finance Management Act, the report submitted to Parliament should contain the following: the names of the parties to the loan, the amount of the loan and the currency in which it is expressed and in which is repayable, the terms and conditions of the loan, including interest and other charges payable and the terms of repayment, the amount of the loan advance at the time the report is submitted, and the purpose for which the loan was used and the perceived benefits of the loan, and such other information as the Cabinet Secretary may consider appropriate. Now, Honorable Senators, given the importance of the national debt in our public finance management framework, I hereby commit the report of the National Treasury and Economic Planning on all new loans contracted by the Government of Kenya from 1st of January 2026 to 30th of April 2026 to the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget for consideration. The committee is required to table a report on the matter at an appropriate time. I thank you. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Chairperson, Standing Committee on Energy.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion. That the Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee on Energy regarding alleged irregularities in the petroleum products supply chain laid on the table of the Senate on Tuesday, today, 14 July 2026. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
You had 2 notices.
Scene 1. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to give notice of the following motion that the Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee on Energy on its inquiry regarding the handing over of a cooking handling facility in Mombasa County to a private firm laid on the table of the Senate today, Tuesday, 14th July 2026.
Next order. Yes, Honorable Omtata, Senator.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you for the opportunity. What my inquiry regards the report that has been tabled. I made a statement, a request for a statement on the floor of the House. It went to the Committee of Energy. The Minister made a preliminary report, or the Minister responded to my statement. I was dissatisfied. Then the committee decided to short-circuit the process by going into an inquiry mode, and I've tabled an inquiry here, an inquiry report, without responding to my statement. My statement was precisely on the issue that has been tabled here. And I think before we debate that report, I would require some clarification of what really happened. And in that inquiry, I was not invited. I'm just hearing of it on the floor of this House right now. So I would need some guidance on really, if that's how we're going to conduct business in this House.
Thank you, Honorable Senator Omtata. I will look into it and give guidance on the matter in the next. Let me give an indication as Tuesday next week. Thank you. Questions and statements. Clerk, had you called this order?
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Now, request for statement pursuant to Standing Order 53-1. The Senator for Vihiga County, the Honorable Osotsi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to request for a statement on the implementation of the government's compensation and reparation program for victims of demonstration-related violence. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights on a matter of national concern regarding the implementation of the government's compensation and reparation program for victims of demonstration-related violence and enforced disappearances. Mr. Speaker, sir, while the recent allocation of Kenya shillings 2 billion has offered hope to affected families, many continue to grapple with the loss, trauma, and uncertainty. Concerns have been raised about transparency, accountability, and whether the program will adequately address the plight of all victims, underscoring the need for clarity and justice in its implementation. In the statement, the committee should address the following: the criteria used by the government and the relevant agencies to identify the victims or beneficiaries, including verification processes, categories of victims, claims received, and timelines for disbursement of compensation. 2, the status of compensation and support covering families of the deceased, injured persons, and victims of torture or any or other human rights violation, with attention to medical, psychological, legal, and socio-economic needs. 3, efforts to trace missing persons. The progress of investigation into such cases, and the assistance extended to their families pending conclusion of investigation. 4, accountability measures including investigation, prosecution, disciplinary action against those implicated in unlawful killings, torture, and other human rights violations and enforced disappearances. 5, the steps being taken by the government to prevent future violations during public demonstration, political rallies, including reforms, oversight mechanisms, and other implementation of recommendations from the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights and other relevant bodies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Senator Hamida Kibwana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My statement is regarding the encroachment of public spaces and blockage of roads and drainage systems in estates within Nairobi City County. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Roads, Transportation and Housing on a matter of a county-wide concern regarding the increased cases of unregulated developments, encroachment on public spaces and obstruction of roads, pedestrian walkways, and drainage systems in estates within Nairobi City County. Mr. Speaker, sir, some developers in Nairobi City County continue construction works that interfere with public infrastructure and compromise resident safety, accessibility, and general welfare. These practices include excavating plots from beacon to beacon, obstructing access roads with construction materials, encroaching on pedestrian walkways, extending cabro works to the edge of public walkways, and blocking drainage systems. Residents, particularly in the California area of Nairobi, have been adversely affected and attribute this problem to weak enforcement, irregular approvals, and possible collusion between developers and county government officers responsible for planning approvals, inspections, and development control. In the statement, the committee should address the following: the status of enforcement of development control regulations in estates within Nairobi City County, particularly the California area, including whether ongoing and recently completed developments comply with approved building plans, zoning requirements, setbacks, road reserves, public safety standards, and whether any approvals have been granted for developments that encroach on public roads, pedestrian walkways, drainage channels, or other public utility spaces. Number 3, the measures to prevent developers from undertaking excavations from beacon to beacon or carrying out construction activities that comprise neighboring properties, public access drainage, pedestrian safety, or other public infrastructure. Number 3, the action taken against developers who encroach on public utility spaces or who obstruct public roads with construction materials during construction, including any enforcement notices, penalties, restoration orders, stop orders, or other sanctions issued. Number 4, whether there is collision involving county officers in the approval, inspection, and enforcement processes for developments within Nairobi City County, particularly the California area, and the steps taken to investigate such claims and hold capable officers accountable. Finally, the immediate measures being undertaken and the timelines for implementation to restore blocked roads, pedestrian walkways, and drainage systems, including the removal of encroachments and other obstructions affecting public access and safety. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Senator from Marsabit County, the Honorable Mohammed Chute, who has 4 statements. All the 4 statements are hereby dropped. I will allow comments on the statement by the Senator for Vihiga County and Senator Hamida Kibwana for not more than 15 minutes. So if you get an opportunity to speak, kindly do so for not more than 3 minutes. Senator Muthama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And I want to welcome all of us again after the session that we had to visit our counties. Mr. Speaker, I want to comment on the statement by Senator Osozi of Vihiga about the compensation of the people who have been killed through demonstrations. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the President for the compensation, but also to say that the compensation of the money is not enough. The committee should go ahead and seek justice for the departed lives. And Mr. Speaker, it would be also very important for the same families to be cancelled, provide psychosocial counseling for the families so that they can go through the mourning and the separation from their loved ones with medically being counseled so that they can learn how to live without their loved ones. Mr. Speaker, it is very painful when a child leaves home going on their own businesses and then they lose their lives, and when the parents are at home waiting for them and the siblings, they just get the news that somebody has been shot. Mr. Speaker, this should stop with immediate effect, because killing people while demonstrating does not solve any solution. So the committee which will handle this matter should dig deeper with the securities and the police force so that this killing of our children stops immediately, and abductions. Mr. Speaker, many of these people are abducted and many of them never appear. Their parents never get the bodies of their children to bury, and they don't even know where the children are. This is mental torture. And so that is why I'm saying that we should have rehabilitation centers for counseling so that these people can be cancelled to learn how to live with this. And people.
Senator Mutinda. Senator Kavindu, are you speaking Kamba? Proceed, Senator Mutinda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I also take this opportunity to welcome colleagues back after a long, good recess. Quickly allow me to make brief comments for the statement from the Senator of Vihiga, Senator Ososi. And I want to appreciate Ososi from the perspective of recognizing that the government allocated 2 billion Kenya shillings. This is the first time that the Kenya Kwanza government has prioritized the pride of the families that lost their beloved ones. This is history. This has never happened before. The questions that he has raised are, they're okay, transparency, accountability, but what is key to acknowledge is the fact that 2 billion has been set to assist these families. Quickly, on the statement from my sister, Senator Hamida Kibwana, in regards to the unregulated developments, encroachment on public spaces and blockage in our great city, the city that I represent, the county of Nairobi, Mr. Speaker. It is quite saddening, Mr. Speaker. As defenders of devolution, Mr. Speaker, when irregularities are entertained, when projects are done in a manner that does not adhere to the policies that have been put in place, Mr. Speaker, and we have officers sitting in different offices within the county level and allowing that projects are going to be approved irregularly, Mr. Speaker, it's unprofessional, it's incompetence, and this should come to an end. And I hope that the Committee of Transportation and Housing, led by Senator Eddy, will be able to look into this matter. It does actually not only affect the California area only, it affects many areas, especially now the Kilimani area has been another area whereby every Tom, Dick, and Harry is just willing to throw any structures without following what needs to be done as per the NCA requirements. Mr. Speaker, those for many, I support.
Senator Manzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to comment on the statement by Senator Ososi. Mr. Speaker, Makueni as a county was affected, and while this exercise was going on of compensation, some of the well-known cases in Makueni, like one of a young man called Brian, who was a university-going student, was just about to report, Mr. Speaker, got shot at the town when the mother of a Mali, when the mother had sent him to buy milk and bread, and he was carrying that, and a known police officer who is an AP in the region, Mr. Speaker, shot him and died, and then he ran and hid himself in one of the local banks there, Mr. Speaker. And the bank had to be brought down by people for this officer to be removed, arrested, and handed over to the OCS in Mali. That officer is known. No prosecution has been done to him. And when it came to this compensation, the mother rang me and said she was being given a lot of problems, Mr. Speaker, related to this. This was the only child. She's the only relative around. But there were issues as to other relatives, succession. And the last we talked with her, she was very stuck. And then compensation was unable to be processed for her. Similarly, in Kinyambo, Kibwezi, Makueni County, there's a young man called Stephen Kavingo who disappeared with the Mulolongo 4. 2 were found dead, 2 have never been found. Stephen Kavingo and Mr. Karani from Yata. And the one, Zuko, was buried in a place called Kilungu. And I'm the one who went there to make sure that
from the DNA identification and all those things were done. But again, this person left young family. Compensation has not come forth. So, Mr. Speaker, this will be very good, and it's coming to the Committee of Justice where I sit, that we can get clarity as to whether this is just an exercise in talk or whether there is real compensation going on with any family in Kenya. Because I saw complaints from Machakos as they commemorated some of the young people's disappearances and killings. We really want, as a committee, to look at it and make sure that, Mr. Speaker, everything comes to light and summon, as a committee of parliament, as a committee of justice, all those people involved so that they can come and tell us what is happening, bring the data, bring the figures, bring the names, so that the whole country can know. This is public money, Mr. Speaker, and I believe it be public money. Everyone should be able to scrutinize and know. But most families say they've been threatened, they are unable to talk, they cannot comment on this. Mr. Speaker, this is against the Constitution, and we want clarity, proper use of public money, so that the 2 billion shillings, Mr. Speaker, does not end up ever being spent. So I thank Honorable Ososi for this particular request. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, I support.
Senator Bone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to commend the Senator of Vihiga in respect of his statement on the extrajudicial killings. He has raised a very valid point, Mr. Speaker, of the selection criteria of who benefited. This draws the attention of the people of Kakamega immediately because, Mr. Speaker, during the recent demonstrations in Kakamega, specifically Kolomani constituency, over mining rights, tens of people were injured, property was destroyed, primary schools were run down, Mr. Speaker, and young people lost their lives. We would like the committee, Mr. Speaker, to tell us why the following children, young artisanal miners who were shot dead, have not been included on the list. One, Mr. Speaker, Conrad Ashioya Esese. Two, Sakaria Shtendeza. Three, Wilberforce Ichechi. And five, Duncan Ochieng. Why were they not on the list of beneficiaries? Number two, why were leaders who were arrested and harassed for defending these children, why were they not put on the list of compensation, specifically nominated member of the County Assembly of Kakamega, Mama Anne Marijo, a woman in her 60s, Mr. Speaker. She was beaten in her house before her own children, before her own husband, and taken to Kakamega after being rotated around in the night, Mr. Speaker. Why was she not compensated? Mr. Speaker, why were the parents of the young girls who were raped during this spate of violence by the police not compensated? And finally, Mr. Speaker, the committee should tell us what action is being taken against the people who gave orders to the police to attack those victims of extrajudicial killings. And when I say people, I mean the people with authority, including the Inspector General and the Minister in charge of security in this country. Why should people be being given money when the fellows...
Senator Olekina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make some brief comments
on the statement by Senator Hamida Kibwana on unregulated development, encroachment on public spaces, and blockage on roads and drainage systems in estates within Nairobi City County. Mr. Speaker, Nairobi is not operating without written laws, without guidelines. It is purely a system of indiscipline. It is not the poor people who are encroaching into other people's lands. It is we, the politicians, and the rich people who do not believe in following the rule of law. The only time, Mr. Speaker, that we are going to have order in the city is when the law is applied uniformly across everyone that live in an estate. Mr. Speaker, the biggest challenge we have in Nairobi, and this is slowly cropping into other counties. First of all, our urban areas are all neglected. When you look at the development that are mushrooming, so long as you know the big people, you can build wherever you want to build. You can build in a public space. No one gives a hoot in hell. You can do that, Mr. Speaker. When you go to court, our courts takes forever to be able to determine whether you are building in a place where it's allowed to be built. So the only way, Mr. Speaker, that we can be candid is to be able to accept the fact that the zoning laws that exist even in this Nairobi County are outdated. The courts have found that, Mr. Speaker. So I would like to request that when the Committee on Transport, Housing is going to be looking at this matter, it is important that they work with the Delegated Legislation Committee, they come up with proper guidelines that will also encourage even citizens of those estates to be able to ask questions as to why are you building? Can you show us all the approvals for building here? Public participation is not carried out in estates, Mr. Speaker. So long as an approval has been given from the city county, and in most cases, it is actually given through the back door because they don't follow the due process, you know, you are above the law. So this statement by Senator Hamida Kibwana is a statement that should worry all of us here. We normally contribute a lot in sentimental statements, but when it comes to orderly, it is quite seldom that we actually focus on them. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to request that all of us pay attention to this statement, because El Nino is knocking. And very soon, if we don't fix the drainage systems, you will be flushed out of your beautiful manicured mansion because you did not speak when your neighbor was encroaching into a public space.
Senator Wakoli.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa nafasi hii. Kwanza ni kushukuru Rabuka kwa kutupa buheri wa afya baada ya likizo fupi. Mheshimiwa Spika, hoja iliyoibiwa na Mheshimiwa Osoti kuhusiana na fedha ambazo majeruhi ama waathiriwa wa mchakato baada ya uchaguzi lazima wapewe ni jambo ambalo ni donda sugu miongoni mwa Wakenya kutoka pembe mbalimbali. Hususan mmoja wao anaitwa Mike Wangunda kutoka Bungoma. Mheshimiwa Spika, mhusika huyu aliweza kupewa risasi 6 mkononi, Mheshimiwa Spika, na baadaye akawasilisha hoja zake kwenye IPOA na tume ya kukabiliana na haki za binadamu katika jumba la kimataifa la KICC. Na kamati hii ambayo inahusika na mchakato huu iliposema kwamba imewapa watu zaidi ya 500 fedha, kijana huyu aliweza kunipigia simu na kuniuliza iwaje nilipeana stakabadhi zangu, nikapeana ushahidi na jina langu halipo miongoni mwa wale ambao walipewa fidia. Kile ningependa kuomba Mheshimiwa Spika ni kwamba kamati hii sasa lazima iwajibike na iweze kuwasilisha orodha ya wale ambao wamenufaika kutokana na fedha hizi kutoka pembe mbalimbali za nchi ya Kenya, ili maseneta ambao wako hapa waweze kuthibitisha kwa majina hawa watu, iwapo ni watu halali ama ni watu gushi, watu upepo. Kwa lugha kule nyumbani wanasema watu mashietu. Mheshimiwa Spika, lazima tuthibitishe, kwa sababu Kenya hii, iwapo kuna orodha ya wafanyakazi gushi ambao wanapewa mishahara, lazima tumakinike kwamba uweza kuna majeruhi ama waathiriwa gushi, na bilioni 2, Mheshimiwa Spika, si pesa kidogo ambazo zimetolewa kutoka mkoba wa serikali. Hoja ya pili ambayo imehubiriwa hapa na Mheshimiwa Hamida kuhusiana na watu kunyemelea ardhi ya umma, sio jambo la Nairobi peke yake. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi kama seneta wa Bungoma, maeneo ambayo maji taka lazima yapite, maji hayapiti. Mheshimiwa Spika, wanakandarasi ambao wamepewa kazi wanafanya tu kazi kiuzembe. Mheshimiwa Spika, wanalipwa na serikali ya Mheshimiwa Ken Lusaka na wanapiga makofi kana kwamba watu wachochole maskini wanafurahia na utepetevu huu. Kile lazima tushinikize. Mheshimiwa Spika, tulikuwa na hafla ya madaraka, barabara Bambarasi iliyotumwa na Mheshimiwa Rais kuingia katika uwanja wa kimataifa wa Masinde Muliro, mvua ikinyesha ya
Senator Sifuna.
Mr. Speaker, I heard some of my colleagues speaking about the first time a government is setting aside money to compensate people. And I was looking at the senator speaking and wondering, you know, we shouldn't even be having that conversation, Honorable Speaker, because we are a country that is governed by the rule of law. There shouldn't be people to compensate in the first place. This matter is very passionate. I'm very passionate about this matter, and it's very close to my heart, Honorable Speaker. It has caused me a lot of problems, but I'm still standing. Speaker, do you know that even when we speak about compensation of people who were injured in previous demonstrations, this administration continues to manufacture fresh victims? You have heard the senator of Kakamega about the protests that were happening in Ikolomani. People here, the senators here are aware that we lost 2 people in Laikipia who are protesting the decision by this government to set up an Ebola containment facility in Laikipia. We are manufacturing more victims before that 2 billion shillings hits the accounts of the people we killed in previous protests, Honorable Speaker. Those of you, I know we were on recess, those of you who were around Nairobi during the anniversary of the June 25th protests, and even Sabasaba, Honorable Speaker, this entire city was cordoned off. There was nothing happening in Nairobi. We had the very same things we've been protesting that we don't want to see police behaving the way they were behaving in other protests. We saw them just a few weeks ago, Honorable Speaker, during Sabasaba. So it is not something that anyone should take pride in. I have had occasion to speak to the people in this country. Many of them will tell you they would rather have their children back than that money that people are waxing lyrical about here. Honorable Speaker, therefore, for me, yes, we want that compensation to be paid, but it's not something to take pride in. In fact, we should be pushing for justice and an end to the sort of behaviors that cause these people to die in the first place. Secondly, on the statement by Senator Hamida, you know, Speaker, in this city there used to be a time when we had proper leadership, when the times when people like Raila Odinga were in government. If you have built a structure on a road reserve, that structure used to be removed. I don't understand where we lost I don't understand where we lost that practice, Honorable Speaker. Those of you who remember, there was a very big building opposite Timol on Langata Road that had been built on a river. And I remember we had this, we are securing our riparian areas. That building was brought down. When we were building the southern bypass, Honorable Speaker, instead of the government telling the people who have built houses on the southern bypass, we went and carved space inside our national park to make room for the southern bypass. How I wish, Honorable Speaker, we could all agree that it is extremely selfish. Can you imagine the entire city coming to a standstill after rains and all of us drowning there just because one person has decided that they have to put a building on a water? It is extremely selfish.
Senator Wakabubi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for the opportunity. I would like to contribute towards Senator Ososi's statement on Senator Ososi's statement on implementation of compensation. One, I also want to recommend, or rather laud the government for taking that concrete step on compensating the verified victims. That is an indication of the government's commitment to justice, reconciliation, and national healing. And in addition to compensation, I also feel that prevention is more critical, and it is time for us to make, or rather strengthen, our security agency systems to expedite the investigations and do conclusive reports about what is going on. I also want us to look at the value of Kenyans enjoying their constitutional rights to life, dignity, and peaceful assembly. It is constitutional, or it is rather laid down in the Constitution that picketing is allowed, but let us uphold the peaceful demonstrations to avoid such like issues whereby they are used as a cover of criminality, destruction of property, and even attack on the law enforcement officers. Finally, I want to urge the relevant committee to ensure that the compensation process is transparent, fair, and victim-centered, with genuine claimants treated equally regardless of political affiliation, ethnicity, or social status. And as leaders, we have to support such like initiatives to promote justice while safeguarding peace, national unity, and the rule of law for the benefit of all Kenyans. I also want to comment on Senator Hamida's point on encroachment. I think it is driven by the rapid urbanization, whereby people are out to grab public land to settle themselves, and it is affecting our lands, mostly the riparian grounds, and even informal structures that are raised or mounted along the road reserves. We have billboards that are mounted all over, and this mounting tends to snatch away land that is meant for maybe public development. And it also affects...
Senator Muma.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to speak to two statements. The statement by Senator Osotsi and the one by Senator Hamida. Honorable Speaker, on the first statement, I would want to call on all of us in the political space as the leaders, and also those in the governing political faction, that this country needs to step back from this habit that is happening of intolerance, of not allowing people to have divergent views, of stepping up against people exercising their freedoms. I think it is not good for anybody, it's not good for government, it's not good for opposition. It's degenerating into the issue of Goonism, and I don't think the answer can merely be that we are now compensating. And I want to remind us, this is not the first time we are compensating. We actually compensated victims in Mau, victims of Kiamba. Can we do our history to find out how we have compensated victims of violence in this country? And that has been there. In fact, this issue went to court, and the court ruled about Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, but we have precedent. And I did submit a statement to actually ask internal security to tell us how previous victims were compensated. I don't think it is something we need to be proud of, that there are people who have disappeared and who are yet to be found. I don't think any amount of money can compensate them. I can see the yellow light. So I'll move on to the statement by Hamida. Honorable Speaker, that statement speaks to the failure by national government to enforce standards. The national government and our devolved governance is the one in charge of standards, and it is the county governments are supposed to carry out their mandate in accordance with those standards. But currently, our Committee on Devolution is interrogating how counties are implementing the urban areas and cities law. And, Honorable Speaker, they are not actually implementing this. Towns are not being planned properly. And national government, in fact, there is hardly any intergovernmental sectoral committee between the roads and the other sectors.
Senator Chiranke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I have seen the statement on the issue of compensation of victims of demonstration related. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the President for following up on his word on 10-point agenda by ensuring that 10 billion was allocated and provided for. Mr. Speaker, the sponsor of Linda Mwananchi Uhuru Kenyatta in the last session committed 10 billion. That money never came out, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we must be honest.
Senator Chiranke.
Yes, sir.
Be factual in your statements. Be factual in your statement.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I can confirm when the state of the nation
What is the point of order, Senator for Nairobi City Count?
Speaker, with all due respect, there is a rule and procedure on how people are required to be factual. And I would really request that you follow that standing order so that some of the pronouncements that have come from Senator Cherargei are subjected to our standing orders. If he's not able to provide evidence that he's actually being factual, that Linda Mwananchi is sponsored by the former President Uhuru Kenyatta, he should withdraw that statement, Honorable Speaker, from the Hansard, or the consequences that follow naturally should follow. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Fernandez. You either proceed to substantiate that assertion you've just made, that Linda Mwananchi is being sponsored by the former president. If you don't have, if you're not in a position to substantiate, then just withdraw, apologize, and proceed.
Mr. Speaker, can I be allowed tomorrow?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and therefore it is honest because during the State of the Nation address, and Senator Ledama was there, Senator Madzayo was there, Senator Wambua, former president committed 10 billion Kenya shillings, and it is on the answer to compensate historical injustice and victims, but it never followed through, Mr. Speaker. So we must appreciate that the president went ahead, ensure that the compensation panel is there, Mr. Speaker. I am happy 674 million has been paid to 505 victims, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, what struck me out is on the issue of sexual violence, Mr. Speaker. That at least 1 million, I know we can never get lives back, we can never get dignity back, but that is the least we can do as a country. You know, we need to be honest. When I see my colleagues pontificating themselves, the fact that people were killed is very unfortunate. But we must how to rewrite. And that is why the government has come up on how we can compensate some of these victims. Even from my own county, I want the young people who are beaten up playing pool table in Nandi Hills Town to be compensated. Police allegedly killed my people in Kimwani over land skirmishes, Mr. Speaker. Even in Angata Baragoi, in Narok, there are many Kenyans who have been killed there. We would want them to be compensated. But there must be a procedure, and we must appreciate the goodwill of President William Ruto and his government in partnership with the ODM leader, Dr. Oburu Oginga, Mr. Speaker. We must celebrate that, Mr. Speaker. And we must also appreciate the freedom of speech, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Hezana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise to contribute to the statement by Senator Osotsi, the Senator for Vihiga County, on the implementation of the government's compensation and reparation program for victims of demonstration-related violence. Mr. Speaker, while I appreciate the President of Kenya, in partnership with my party leader, Dr. Oburu Odinga, in ensuring that we have compensation for the victims of demonstration activities. But then I can't, I do not know whether the compensation will actually heal these families. I think there is also a need to ensure that the families get counseling, guiding and counseling to ensure that the trauma, they survive or come out of the trauma that these families and communities have gone through. And with the same breath, Mr. Speaker, I would wish that we start treating all Kenyans fairly, all Kenyans equally, across the divide, from south to north, from east to west, because each community, Mr. Speaker, deserves to be compensated for the lives it has lost. When we talk about the north, every day we are going through banditry. Our people are being killed on a daily basis. Our people have died in Samburu East, in Samburu North, in Samburu West, in Turkana. We have lost both Turkanas in Charda and Samburus in Loiborngare, Mr. Speaker. But we never hear about any compensation. These people are treated like flies. They deserve to die. They are treated like children of a lesser God. But it looks like their lives that are more precious in this country than others, Mr. Speaker. It is important that we are told who is going to fight. When committees like NADCO going to be formed to speak and defend the people in the northern parts of the country and among marginalized and pastoralist communities, Mr. Speaker. Just within this past week, we have lost 3 lives. Our people cannot sleep in Poro. They cannot sleep in Loiborngare. They cannot sleep in Charda. But who talks about compensation? The moment the government starts to stretch its long arm, as we are told, to every part of this country, this is the day we will say, indeed, this compensation is worthy. Our lives are precious. Every Kenyan citizen matters. And it is the right of the government to ensure protection of every Kenyan citizen. Mr. Speaker, every time we lose our livestock, our people are sent back to square one. They have to start from the ground up. But here, when you hear farmers are being attacked, a small attack, compensation. But when pastoralists are attacked, nobody's talking about compensation, Mr. Speaker. That is such an unfair way of treating Kenyans. And while I fully agree that the...
Now, Honorable Senators, the 15 minutes allocated to comments have long lapsed. We'll there proceed to the next order. And before I allow the clerk to call the next order, kindly allow me, pursuant to Standing Order 45-2, to rearrange today's order paper and move straight to order number 21. Clerk, you may proceed to call that order.
Order number 21, motion consideration of a report of the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs, and Human Rights on its consideration of a petition to the Senate by Mr. Laban Umusundi regarding the enactment of a legal framework to provide for recall of president or a governor through a citizen initiative.
Chair Jelak, is there somebody? Senator Manzo.
Okay. Yeah, Madam Speaker, I would wish to move this report on behalf of the Chair of JLAC, the Honorable Wakil, who is not around today. Madam Speaker, on Thursday, 12th February 2026, the Speaker of the Senate reported that a petition had been received from Mr. Laban Omusudi, a citizen of Republic of Kenya.
Senator Manzo?
Yes.
Please just, what you need to move it as written, eh? Please approach the chair for guidance.
My apologies, Senior Senator Oburu had picked my order paper, but so let me do it the way you have guided. Okay.
Okay, you may proceed.
This is consideration of a report of the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs, and Human Rights on its consideration of a petition to the Senate by Mr. Laban Omusudi regarding the enactment of a legal framework to provide for recall of the president or a governor through a citizen initiative. The Standing Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs, I move that the Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs, and Human Rights on its consideration of a petition to the Senate by Mr. Laban Omusudi.
Honorable Senators, can we have some calm?
Regarding the enactment of a legal framework.
Senator Manzo, just hold on. Honorable Senators, let's have some calm so that we hear that report in silence. Thank you. Proceed.
Regarding the enactment of a legal framework to provide for recall of the president or governor through a citizen initiative laid on the table of the Senate on Thursday, 11th June 2026. Madam Speaker, I would like to go through the report, and I will say that the Committee of Justice considered this petition, whereby, Madam Speaker, through Article 36 of the Constitution, any citizen, any Kenyan is free to make a petition to this House, Madam Speaker, and the petition be presented, read out as the Speaker did, and then considered by the Senate, and a report made, Madam Speaker, of that, of which is that is what we did. And I would like to take members through the report so that they can see what we concluded as a committee on behalf of the Senate, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on Thursday, 12 February 2026, once the Speaker put this framework, Honorable Speaker, the committee backed on its consideration of the petition, whereupon it held meetings with the petitioner to better understanding of the background, rationale, and justification of the proposed amendments. The committee further invited and received written responses from the Office of the Attorney General, the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission, the Kenya Law Reform, and the County Assemblies Forum. A summary of the petition is also set out in Chapter 1 of the report, while an overview of the submission received from the stakeholders is set out in Chapter 2. And at the same time, Honorable Speaker, we have presented the petition. It's also annexed here so that members can also check. You will find this in the tablet. It is there. The report is in the tablet. Members can look at it while I present. And also, Madam Speaker, I'm going to summarize so that members can get a feel of what we did as a Committee of Justice. Honorable Speaker, having considered the petition and submissions received from thereon, the committee observed that the Constitution establishes an exhaustive and enclosed framework for the tenure and the removal from office of the President, and outlines the incidents under which the office of the President may become vacant under Articles 142 to 146 of the Constitution. That being the case, Parliament lacks the legislative competence to enact a law providing for citizen-initiated recall of the President, and such a mechanism may only be introduced through a constitutional amendment in accordance with the procedures set out under Articles 255 to 257 of the Constitution. Similarly, a committee observed that grounds for the removal of a county governor from office are set out under Articles 181 of the Constitution, with the procedures of the same outlined under Section 33 of the County Governments Act. Madam Speaker, the committee noted that the proposal to introduce citizen initiative recall of the President touches on the architecture of the executive accountability enshrined in Chapter 9 of the Constitution, and would require a referendum under Articles 255(1)(f), and that the involvement of Parliament and the county assemblies in the removal procedures of the President and county governors is a deliberate constitutional safeguard, ensuring the removal from high office is subjected to institutional scrutiny, public accountability, and due process. That be the case, the committee found that the proposed legislation would contradict and undermine the constitutionality prescribed removal procedures for the two offices, and recommends that it be rejected by the Senate. Honorable Speaker, I take this opportunity to thank the petitioners as well, as the stakeholders who submitted written comments, which greatly assisted the committee in its deliberations and determination of the petition. I commend the members of the committee for their diligence in executing this assignment, and thank officers of the Speaker and the Clerk of the Senate for the support extended to the committee, which made the consideration of this petition successful. Honorable Speaker, it is now my pleasant duty, pursuant to Standing Order 238-2 of the Senate Standing Orders, to present the report of the committee on Justice, Affairs, and Human Rights on its consideration of a petition by Mr. Laban Omusudi regarding the proposed enactment of a legislative framework to provide for recall of the President and governors through a citizens' initiative. Basically, Madam Speaker, that is the summary of what we did. And the most important is that Chapter 2, dealt with all the matters related to this, right to petition to Parliament, which is under Article 37 of the Constitution and Article 119, and then Parliament to enact the Parliament enacted the petition to Parliament Procedure Act number 12 of 2012 to make provisions for the procedure for exercise of right. Further, Part 27 of the Standing Orders of the Senate also makes provisions on how this right may be exercised, and all that was followed. And the petition is summarized as follows, that while the Constitution provides for recall of members of Parliament, MPs and members of county assemblies, it lacks a similar mechanism for the heads of the national and county executive. Concern that Parliament and the county assemblies are often compromised by political patronage, financial inducements, or party intimidation. The petitioner submitted that this compromised oversight leaves the citizens constitutionally stranded when their elected representatives fail to hold the executive accountable. C, that the current impeachment process have become political rituals rather than genuine tools for accountability. Through the proposal to introduce a citizen-initiated recall, the petitioner seeks to provide a direct democratic remedy when leadership grossly violates the Constitution by passing purely political process, and to affirm Article 1 of the Constitution by ensuring that all sovereign power remains with the people. The petitioner argues that no public office, including presidency and governorship, should be immune from direct democratic accountability. 5, consequently, the petitioner prayed that the Senate intervenes by way of enacting legislation that provides a legal framework that provides for a recall of the president by citizens through a definite citizen initiative when it deems necessary. B, recall of the governors by citizens where county assemblies and the Senate are compromised. C, clear threshold for citizens citizen signatures and verification by IBC or a similar constitutional body. D, safeguard against abuse while serving the supremacy of the people's will. E, affirm the principle that no public office, including presidency and governorship, is immune from direct democratic accountability, and any other orders or recommendation it deems fit to restore, protect, and strengthen constitutional governance and people's sovereignty. 6, pursuant to Standing Order 238.1, then the Speaker submitted this to our committee, and then there was stakeholders' submissions. These came from Office of Attorney General, the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission, the Kenya Law Reform Commission, and the County Assemblies Forum, CAF. The Attorney General highlights that the AG submitted that the Constitution provides for removal of a president under Article 144 on grounds of incapacity or by impeachment under Article 145, whereas removal of the governor is provided under Article 181(1) and 2 and subsection 3 of the County Government Act. They highlighted the decision of the High Court in the Institute of Social Accountability and another versus National Assembly and 4 others, 2015 EKLR, where the court held that Parliament is not at liberty to create, removal, or recall procedures that either contradict or undermine the constitutionality prescribed removal procedures. Madam Speaker, this is just to show now that the position the courts have already taken in this particular matter, that we lack that capacity, and this can only be done through, if Kenyans again amend the Constitution through a referendum, and you'll be then able to give these powers which don't exist right now, Madam Speaker. Therefore, it goes on, the AG had quite a number of other submissions similar to that, but that was the effect. And the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission also made its submissions. The highlight is the IB submitted that the right to recall remains unimplemented despite constitutional timelines and provides recall provisions in the Election Act having been declared unconstitutional in the High Court case Katiba Institute and another versus Attorney General in 2017. Therefore, there was also another case, IBC, alluded to the High Court's 2025 decision of Okoiti, one of us, a Center for Busia, and others, versus Attorney General, to reinforce the importance of procedure, of fairness, and observance of due process in impeachment proceedings, recognizing that impeachment is both a legal and a political process, requiring strict adherence to the constitutional safeguards.
Senator
Yes.
Wakili,
Yes.
If I can just guide you,
Yes.
Please refrain from reading word for word, and just and because you've already given us the preamble of the motion, if you could just summarize. And
yes,
as per Standing Order 95.
Yes. Speaker, basically that is what we did, and I want to say that this reading and quoting of the cases, and especially the report by the Attorney General, was very important. And also there was a report by the Law Reform Commission, and also the CAF. And all of them seem to be agreed that unless you take this to the public, then very little can be done. After that submission, then we have the minutes of the committee, which are clear, and the petition itself is annexed. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I do move this motion and request the Honorable Okoito Mutata, who is a member of the same committee, to second me. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mtata. Just one moment, Senator Mtata, before you second. There is a communication from the chair. Honorable Senators, I would like to acknowledge the presence of a visiting delegation of 5 teachers and 46 students from Tenri Primary School in Embu County, who are seated in the public gallery. The delegation is visiting the Senate for an academic exposition. On behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, I extend a warm welcome to the delegation and wish them a fruitful visit. I thank you. Senator Tabitha, please, not more than 2 minutes to welcome the school, and then followed by Senator Sifuna, and lastly by the County Senator of Embu to welcome them. Not more than 2 minutes.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And I take this great opportunity to welcome the great students of Tenri Primary School from the great county of Embu. I studied in the great county of Embu at St. Anne's High School when I was doing my Form 1 to Form 4. And through your teachers, you requested that through my office, I do extend this invite. I take this opportunity to highly congratulate Sally Mwende, who's the president of Tenri Primary School. She actually comes from also my motherland, that is Kitui County. We are very proud of you. We're also proud of the Deputy President Alan on how you really offered leadership, how you conducted your elections. You are the first school in this country to actually invite IBC to be able to undertake transparency in terms of the election process that took place in your school. I really want to urge you, there's been so much in terms of school banning. I want to urge you, the ones who have been elected, that is Sally and Alan, to offer leadership, to ensure that you work closely with your great teachers. It is those teachers that have offered that leadership to be where you are. Kindly work closely. Let us not see schools banning ever again. We wish you well, and we pray that one day you shall also be seated in this house. I wish you God's blessings.
Speaker, allow me to thank you for also giving me an opportunity to welcome the students from Tenri. Indeed, I have had occasion to host Madam President Sali and Alo himself in my office. We have shared a meal together, Honorable Speaker, and we have had very interesting conversations. These are some of the brightest students that I have met, Honorable Speaker, because they're actually concerned about the issues of their country and what we in leadership are doing in order to secure their futures. We have had conversations about the environment. We have had conversations about politics. In fact, Alo himself asked me, what should he do to the people who did not vote for him? And I was trying to explain to him that in the journey for leadership, there is always time to persuade those who did not believe in your leadership or your ideas at a second opportunity. It was interesting to learn, Honorable Speaker, that at Tenri, Huko, you only serve one term. And it has been confirmed that Madam Sali will be exiting after 1 year, and to allow other people to also serve. And I was encouraging Alo that most likely he will be able to persuade the students next time to make him president. So welcome, feel at home, and we wish you a safe journey back to Embu when you return. All the best. Thank you.
Senator Asige, you can also get an opportunity to welcome the students.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to welcome the students and their teachers all the way from Embu County. I too wanted to give them a very warm welcome and congratulate Madam President because I've not had the opportunity yet to host her, as my colleague Senator Sifuna has said. However, Speaker, I did follow the campaign that she gallantly put forth, and also her opponent as well, Alo. I want to congratulate them both on a very, very good show of leadership at their level, and I'm very convinced and persuaded that in future they will do even more in this nation. Speaker, I would extend, now that you have visited Senator Sifuna, Madam President, and you made a video for the both of us, Sifuna and myself, now that you visited his office, I would invite the two of you as well to sit down with me and we can talk even further, Speaker. And maybe, perhaps, you can even advise us, because between Senator Sifuna and myself, one of us will also be president of this nation. And maybe you can give us a few tips on your campaign, Speaker. I want to thank them and wish them a warm visit to the Senate and their further visit in Nairobi. I thank you.
Finally, Senator Mundingi, Senator of Embu County.
Asante Bwana Spika kwa kunipa nafasi niweze kukaribisha shule ya Tenri, ya msingi wa shule ya Tenri, niwakaribishe hapa Senate na walimu wakuje waone ile kazi tunafanya. Kitu ya kwanza ni congratulations kwa yale mlitenda na mkawa katika county 47 mmefanya Embu iendelee kujulikana, na miaka mingi Embu haikujulikana, imejulikana kwa hii kipindi. Na pia mlifanya vizuri kwa sababu IMBC mlisawana na mkawa, hamukupigana, hamukukosana, hamukusoma shule ama basi ama nini. Kwa hivyo ni congratulations kwa yale mlitenda. Kwa hivyo ningeomba yale mlifanya pia, na muomba tu na msi mkiwa mnarudi nyumbani muweze kusoma vizuri, na pia muweze kujiepusha na mambo ya dawa ya kulevya na pombe na zile vitu zingine, na mtaendelea vizuri. Kwa hivyo itakuwa ni mambo mazuri sana, na kwa sababu najua mtakuwa viongozi wa kesho, kwa sababu katika Embu County kwa wale wako hapa, mtakuwa maseneta, mtakuwa rais, mtakuwa governor, mtakuwa yote, hata walimu. Kwa hivyo mlifanya vizuri na muendelee hivyo. Kwa hiyo yangu ni kuomba Kenya mzima wanafunzi wote wawe wakienda kwa uchaguzi kuchagua rais na makamu wake, wao wakifuata mtindo ile mlifanya. Pia ningeomba katika nchi ya Kenya kuko na mfumo wa vyama mingi, pia waweze kufuata ile njia ilionyeshwa na watoto wadogo. Ndio tunaelekea uchaguzi wa mwaka wa 2027, kusiwe na mambo yoyote. Kama watoto wetu wametuonyesha njia ile tutakuwa tukichaguana nayo, ningeomba tufuate hiyo njia. Asante sana Bwana Speaker. Asante.
Senator Mtata, you may proceed to second the motion.
Mr. Speaker, before I speak, I must complain about how this paper has been stapled. It just pricked my fingers. I think next time they should staple these things in a better way. My finger is bleeding as a result of touching this very poorly stapled bundle of papers. I don't know who stapled it, but you can see I'm bleeding. This is the blood. So anyway, I rise to second the motion. And I would say that Mr. Omusundi is a very active citizen of this country, and he does exceptionally well in terms of interpreting and applying the Constitution of Kenya. I've appeared in court with him on several occasions where he has articulated many good issues in terms of the application of this Constitution. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately in this particular case, Mr. Omusundi got it wrong. He misunderstood. He was unable to understand the architecture or the design within the Constitution for holding the executive accountable and for holding the legislatures, both at the county and at the national level, accountable. Mr. Speaker, the elected executive is oversighted by the elected legislature, which in turn is oversighted by the electorate. The elected executive is oversighted by the legislature at both the county and the national levels, and the legislatures at both the county and national levels are directly oversighted by the people. And that is why there is provision for removal of a governor or a president through the legislatures, whereby one house impeaches and the other tries and convicts or acquits. But for the legislators, we are directly oversighted by the people. There is no mechanism for oversighting legislators like there is for oversighting the executive. For that reason, there is a recall mechanism which allows the electorate to directly recall us. That's how the Constitution is designed, and that's what Mr. Omusundi missed when he requested that we may create a mechanism for the recall of the president and a mechanism for the recall of the governor. In our system, it's not applied. So unless we change the Constitution, we may not be able to do what the petitioners requested us to do. And that's why we have rejected that petition, and we request the House to adopt the report and reject that petition. And if Mr. Omusundi is minded, he can initiate a constitutional amendment through Article 150, Article 255 and 257 through a popular initiative. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, with those few remarks, I support. But I repeat, Mr. Speaker, my finger is bleeding because of a poorly stapled. You look at me, sir, you can be my witness. Confirm to the House.
Order, Senator Umtata. Order.
I've been pricked by this paper, so next time they should get either they buy proper staplers. This pin look like they are a bit not certified by KEBS. They should use certified pins that can prick the papers and hold them together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Umtata. Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights on its consideration of a petition to the Senate by Mr. Laban Omusundi regarding the enactment of a legal framework to provide for recall of the president or a governor through a citizen initiative laid on the table of the Senate on Thursday, 11th June 2026. Honorable Senators, we are going to allow contribution. Senator Cherargei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'm proud of my former committee of Senate Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights for these reports. And I want to first of all thank Omusundi Laban for having belief and faith to bring such constitutional concerns to the floor of this House. I think as a House we have an obligation to ensure that we assist the country in moving forward. Secondly, I want to thank the mover of the motion, my senior brother, Senator Dan Manzo, who happens coincidentally to be our prayer coordinator. He has been praying a lot for this parliament. He's our co-convener of prayer breakfast, Mr. Speaker, sir, for ably moving, although, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy you cautioned him against standing order number 95. I think, Mr. Speaker, when I saw Senator Manzo moving, I remembered Senator Samuel Pogisho, who was the majority leader. He had a font of reading his moving notes, but I'm happy Senator Manzo should look at standing order number 95, that in the Senate you can only refer to your notes, but not essentially read. But I want to thank him and thank for the leadership, Mr. Speaker, for if it was me, this petition should be rejected on its face value. Because what our brother Omusundi was seeking is already provided by the Interconstitution. And of course, thank my brother as I wish him quick recovery for the injured finger. You know, there is the finger of God. Mr. Speaker, for the injured finger, Mr. Speaker, quick recovery, and I hope the Parliamentary Service Commission will look into that matter and maybe provide him with compensation for ably. He has already, Senator Muma is informing me, he has already a medical cover. So Senator Okia Omtata, you can use your insurance medical cover provided by Parliamentary Service Commission, and the Commissioner Joyce Korir can confirm that there is active usage of insurance card should we need medical attention. But I can see the Commissioner is approaching Senator Okia Omtata for that attention. Mr. Speaker, I want to agree with the outcome of this petition because the essence, the upshot in summary, is that Omusundi wanted us to provide a citizen recall process. While the members of parliament are provided for the recall of members of parliament, but I agree with the thinking of the committee because you rejected, because under Article 144 all the way, Mr. Speaker, because I'll stand with the President, 145, it provides for the process of removal of a president. So it's already provided in the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. Even on the issue of incapacity, even on the issue of violation of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, when you look under Article 145, which mirrors the impeachment of a deputy president, and I'm happy, I would have expected Senator Manso to refer to the impeachment of the deputy president regarding Gachagua in the last session, but he fears, because he's on record as one of his lawyers on record, he feared to refer to the matter, Mr. Speaker. This provision of Article 45 has been put to test because the impeachment proceedings against the former president was done. It was started from the National Assembly. It came to the Senate, Mr. Speaker. And all of us, on the charges, 11 of them, we voted to remove the former deputy president from the office based on the charges as laid out and anchored in Article 145, and of course the standing orders 123. And I'm happy, Mr. Speaker, when I look across the aisle, all of us supported the removal of Rigathi Gachagua, Mr. Speaker, except Senator Okia Omtata. Except Senator Okia Omtata, but Senator Edwin Sifuna, Senator Mwaroma, all of us. including our party leader of ODM, we removed him, although they are nowadays friends. Mr. Speaker, we put to test Article 145 on the impeachment proceedings, Mr. Speaker. And because the violation of the Constitution had been put to test under Article 145. So the impeachment proceedings was put to test. It mirrors, and I want to assure Kenyans, there is no lacuna. There is no space, Mr. Speaker. In fact, of all the 11 charges, Mr. Speaker, that came against the former impeached deputy president, because the courts have ruled that the Senate did the right thing, I voted for his removal on the 11 of them, Mr. Speaker. So we must be put to test that this provision of Article 145, in future, we have, and I heard my brother saying, oh, there is one term. No, there is no one term in Kenya, Mr. Speaker. All presidents have served their term. First President Mzee Kenyatta served 15 years. Moi served 24 years. Uhuru Kenyatta served 10. Kibaki served 10. And God willing, with the blessings of Kenyans, President William Ruto will serve his second and final term for 10 years up to 2032. And, Mr. Speaker, and therefore, the imagination of the provision of Article 145, 144, was to ensure that we have, in case we have a president who will want to violate the Constitution. And I'm happy, therefore I want to challenge Kenyans who are wondering there is the law already in place. And Mr. Speaker, this goes to the people who want to run for presidency in this country. Mr. Speaker, people who want to run for president, you must be aware of these provisions, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy, apart from US, which use delegate system for voting of their president, our country is one vote, one man, and it is universal suffrage, as provided for Article 37 and 38 of the Constitution, and even the provision of electoral process under Article, is it 88, 81, thereabout, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, this, as I conclude that part, Mr. Speaker, I saw the Infotrack yesterday release the opinion poll, and I'm happy that President William Ruto will vanquish and thrash his opponents with a thunderous defeat, because he was doing 34%, Mheshimiwa Kalonzo was doing 14%, our own brother, Senator Sifuna, was at 13%, although he has not declared that he's running for president. So he's doing very well. In fact, in the next 6 months, he will be number 2. But the problem in politics, there is no number 2, my brother Sifuna. And you have been told by Atuali, look for money on Mwami. So that, and you have heard the IBC saying 4 billion. So while that, and I know Sifuna is aware of Article 144 and 145, but he will come, you know, I want to appeal to him to relax now, remain as the senator of Nairobi. Then 2032, he can run for president. I can cede my presidential ambitions and become your running mate in 2032 so that we can win government and fix this country. Mr. Speaker, so I'm happy. Let us be aware of these provisions. As a president, the president is a symbol of national unity, Mr. Speaker. And I want, you know, and I know my brother Omwami Sifuna is a good friend of mine. You can see even the State House had been fixed, Mr. Speaker. It's now looking more beautiful. There are many functions that are being held there. So after 2032, when we'll be there with him, we'll be able to use that facility very well. Mr. Speaker, and therefore, that marks the conclusion of that matter, because we have agreed, and I think senior lawyers like Senator Mumo will agree with me, that there was no lacuna that ensured us that the citizen recall process, because the Constitution has captured that under Article. Finally, Mr. Speaker, on the governors, Article 181, Mr. Speaker, has provided for the impeachment proceedings. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, the reason I'm saying this, if you look at the beginning, the preamble of the Constitution, as seated here at the Senate, at the National Assembly, at the County Assembly, we are representatives of the people. And the Constitution says this Constitution can be exercised directly or directly. So whenever MCAs impeach a governor, They are doing that on behalf of the people they elected in direct representation, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, the citizen right recall is through the MCS, Mr. Speaker. And I would have expected my MCS in Nandi to impeach my governor because he could not account for 1.8 billion when he appeared before our committee a number of days on Monday last week. So when an MCA, like what they did in Meru, impeach a governor, they are exercising indirect power because they are elected. When we impeached the former deputy president, we were exercising indirect power because we have been elected to impeach the governor or the president or the deputy president, Mr. Speaker. So I want to say in a nutshot, the fact that Omusundi wanted us to have an equal right of citizens, we must ensure, Mr. Speaker, that Article 181 and our standing orders of the County Assembly and the Senate provides on the process of the impeachment of governors. We have done several impeachment of Governor Kawira Mwangasa. Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Senate and my colleagues that every decision we have made to impeach a deputy president or a governor, we have always been right. When we impeached the former deputy president, he was bringing a dangerous narrative that you must have shares in a government. He has retreated to his village, Mr. Speaker, and in inciting Kenyans to many other untold things before this House, Mr. Speaker. So we have always been right as a Senate, and we should congratulate ourselves. Even when we impeached the former governor of Meru, we did the right thing. Because you can see Meru now is stable. So I want to thank the Senate for that wisdom. Even on the failed one technicality of Kericho, Mr. Speaker, where there was allegations that the governor ate the money belonging to the dead after the Londiani tragic accident, Mr. Speaker, and even misappropriation of revenue being collected in Kericho. We have always done the right thing as a Senate. And I want to encourage, because I have seen my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, when they're in public fora outside there, they want to look like they're apologizing. We made the right decision for this country for impeaching the former impeached deputy president because he was a divisive figure who continued to undermine unity of this country. And as a House, as a Senate, Mr. Speaker, as a Senate of the Republic of Kenya, we are the House of Union who should protect the interests of each and every Kenyan wherever we are, Mr. Speaker. We do the oversight, we do representation, we do legislation, Mr. Speaker. We must come out strongly to ensure that we all accountable, Mr. Speaker. Finally, Mr. Speaker, there are many aspects. It is not only about recall, Mr. Speaker, can only be accountability, Mr. Speaker. We have different accountability mechanisms. One of them is removal from office, right of recall, vote of no confidence, impeachment proceedings. We also have accountability mechanisms like EACC, like being sanctioned by Parliament. Senator of Nairobi, Senator of Taita, we sit in Public Accounts Committee. One of our measures that we have been used for accountability is finding some of those governors who have failed to appear before the Senate Public Accounts Committee. Mr. Speaker, I'm aware you also sit in a number of committees in this House. And one of the accountability mechanisms is to summon, is to fine. In fact, we have issued warrant of arrest as a committee against the Governor Guyo of Isiolo. We did issue warrant of arrest against Governor of Nairobi and Governor of Samburu. And we were right, Mr. Speaker, because we want accountability mechanisms to be in place. So Kenyans should understand, apart from removal from office, there are other mechanisms that you can be held accountable, Mr. Speaker. And even I had my brother and other brothers who spoke today, my colleague Senator, speak about the poor planning. I heard Senator Muma talking about the standards being set about the physical planning and how the city, which I agree. But we need also to call out the Nairobi City County Governor and the county government for allowing approvals of buildings being built everywhere, Mr. Speaker. Poor drainage until the president had to step in with 80 billion bailout to ensure Nairobi functions, Mr. Speaker. God forbid if El Nino comes, we will be drowning in water because of floods in this city, which is man-made, Mr. Speaker. When you go, Mr. Speaker, I was with some, my senator of Nairobi should listen to this. I was with some residents from Kilimani. Mr. Speaker, because of huge buildings, are you aware children are now suffering from jaundice or jaundice, Mr. Speaker? Jaundice, Mr. Speaker. Are you aware because the tall buildings now, when you are in Kilimani, because of unapproved buildings, you no longer see the sun. You see the sun at midday, and by 3 it has disappeared, Mr. Speaker. And the people are suffering there. You know, the sunlight is important for our children. So we need to call out the governor and the county government of Nairobi for allowing a passed building of buildings and approval of physical planning anywhere across the city without proper planning. And the biggest disease is land grabiosis that we see in this city, Mr. Speaker, and among major towns in this country, Mr. Speaker. So whenever we call governors, it is part of accountability mechanism, Mr. Speaker. And even you have seen, I sit in public accounts, are you aware? Your governor was supposed to appear. We want to know what happens in Garissa, for example. That is part of accountability. Impeachment is accountability. Also coming to account before the Senate is part, and the Governor Natif Jama, however much he writes many letters of rescheduling, he has been requesting rescheduling forever, he must appear before the Senate to have accountability, Mr. Speaker. Even the governor of Wasingishu, he has written more than 1 or 2 letters begging the committee to reschedule, not to come and account for the resources that is given in Wasingishu. We want to know why a snake park of 5 million is being built in Wasingishu, for example, Mr. Speaker, where the people do not have drugs in hospital. There are no roads, Mr. Speaker. We want to know more than 600 plus ghost workers that are in Wasingishu. And the governor is busy running around in funerals and parading only 11 senior county officials, CECs. We want the total head count of employees of Wasingishu County government to be brought and to be done by independent audit so that we can know how many workers are in Wasingishu. Because there are 600 plus ghost workers in Wasingishu that are gobbling billions and billions who have been transformed to political goons. Up to now, the MCA, former MCA Misoi, Mr. Speaker, is still in hospital and no one has been arrested. Because of these goons, Mr. Speaker. We must call out for who they are. Mr. Speaker, we must protect this country. We must protect this country, Mr. Speaker. If we want to be accountable, as politicians, we must denounce goons, whether you are in our formation or in any other formation in this country, Mr. Speaker. What we saw over the weekend is very unfortunate. Very unfortunate, Mr. Speaker. Even as the Kalou is also, I want to appeal to the people of Kalou, Mr. Speaker, that they should remain peaceful. There will only be 1 member of parliament that will be elected in that region, Mr. Speaker. We must ensure that we hold our people accountable and avoid violence. And I want to ask the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission, any candidate who will be bound to use violence and bribery, as per the law, Mr. Speaker, under the Elections Act, they must be banned from participating. And therefore, the UDA candidate, Samuel Mushina, we wish him well, Mr. Speaker, because that is a broad-based candidate, Mr. Speaker. And I can see my party leader of ODM is agreeing with me. And he has given us blessings. At his age of 80 plus, as a young Gen Z, when he gives you mate, you will succeed, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy he has also given blessings to the president. Mr. Speaker, the point I'm trying to make, there are many forms of accountability. Therefore, our brother Umusundi Laban should be aware that we don't need to over-legislate, over-prescribe our constitution, Mr. Speaker. We have this mechanism. If you want to remove the president and the deputy president from office, there is the removal under Article 144, the constitution provided. Impeachment under Article 45, and we are put to test by removing one of the divisive political figures in the history of this country, the former deputy president. Mr. Speaker, we have removed many governors through impeachment proceedings under Article 109. And I'm happy, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I can see my light. I'm happy Senator, my neighbor, Honi Kalwale, the bullfighter, is the one who blew the first whistle by telling us that having Rigathi Gachagua as the deputy president then was the wrong person. And his prophecy, and I wish him well, his prophecy came to fruition when we remove him from office, Mr. Speaker. And I'm happy Senator Kalwale call it as it is, not ought to be. And I wish we had seen that wisdom then, but we came and learned later, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, with those many remarks, I beg to yield the mic and sit down and listen to the wisdom of my colleagues on this motion. But I want to congratulate the committee for rejecting this motion ab initio, because we don't need to over-legislate. We don't need, the only thing, Mr. Speaker, I almost forgot. If these people wanted to introduce right to recall of president and the governor, they should amend Article 255, 256, go the referendum way. You can now amend the Constitution through popular initiative, because representation is under popular initiative through a referendum. Mr. Speaker, with those many remarks, allow me to yield the mic and give a chance to my colleagues also to ventilate on this matter. Mr. Speaker, I thank you and I support this report.
Senator Sifuna.
Mr. Speaker, I have had occasion to meet this gentleman called Laban Omusundi. I think in the specter of petitions to this House, he's in the same league as Senator Okiya Omtata when it comes to litigating matters before our courts. Because Laban Omusundi never gives up, Honorable Speaker. In my time here in the Senate, I am sure I have heard his name more than once. He has brought good petitions here. And I really would wish that the House considers where Laban Omusundi is coming from when it comes to this particular petition. He is simply asking that wananchi need to be allowed to recall the president directly and the governors in the middle of their term. And Honorable Speaker, we should be asking ourselves as a House, why are Kenyans feeling that those of us who've been given responsibility to oversight the executive are failing them so much that they want to do this thing themselves? Honorable Speaker, there is actually history to Article 104, which gave the public the right to recall members of parliament in the middle of their term. Because there is a growing frustration, Honorable Speaker, with leaders in this country. You elect someone, they tell you this is what they are going to do. 2 months later, they are doing the exact opposite. And Honorable Speaker, because I've been in political party leadership, even in political party leadership, we've had very serious challenges that somebody comes and says that they support Linda Mwananchi, for instance. They go to the people as Linda Mwananchi. Immediately they are elected. And we saw it even in the beginning of this House. And I don't want to point fingers because I'll get into problems with the Speaker. Immediately we were elected. It didn't even take a month. People who were with us in our political formation of Azimio, including my good friend from Mandera, Senator Ali Roba, they ran away from us when we were going to now try and establish who is the majority and who is the minority in these houses. We saw them running away from us, Senator Kalwale. We were shocked that we had campaigned together as Azimio, we had been elected together as Azimio, and barely days, in fact it was just a few days before we elected the Speaker of this House, people have already decided to jump ship. It is a travesty because the people elected you not just because of who you are and what you promised, also the associations and the people that you walked around with, especially somebody of the stature of Raila Amolo Odinga. But what we have done, Honorable Speaker, is to essentially neuter that right of recall for members of parliament under Article 104. National Assembly, in its wisdom, following the provisions of Article 104, Sub-Article 2, to legislate how Kenyans can go about this, put together one of the pieces of legislation that was required to give effect to Article 104. But as has been explained by the committee, in the Katiba Institute case of 2017, the court found that that law on recall of members of parliament was unconstitutional. It was unconstitutional, Honorable Speaker, because it essentially made it impossible for Kenyans to exercise the right of recall. Parliament went and put as many obstacles as possible to a simple right that had been given under the Constitution to make sure that, of course, it didn't work. And it is a bit of one of the sources of the frustration of Kenyans, Honorable Speaker, because you see, we are essentially being asked as Parliament and the National Assembly, to be specific, to be judges in our own matter. I don't really think that the framers of the Constitution expected Parliament to ever pass a law that is detrimental to the interests of the members of Parliament. So it was not going to be Parliament itself making it easy for Kenyans to call them, to recall them. So they went and put obstacles there. There had to be a judgment of the court. There were specific grounds. It couldn't just be that you've lost popularity and you've been recalled, and so on and so forth. And that is why that law was struck down, Honorable Speaker. But the most important thing is that we have gotten to a place where Kenyans believe that Parliament itself has failed. If you look at the report at page 1, where it summarizes the petition, the petitioner has given 2 reasons. And those 2 reasons are a pointer to the feeling amongst Kenyans and how they view the institutions of accountability and oversight, being the National Parliament, National Assembly, the Senate, and even the county assemblies. At paragraph 4b there, you will see the petitioner says the reasons he brought this particular petition is concerned that Parliament and county assemblies are often compromised by political patronage, financial inducements, or party intimidation. The petitioner submitted that this compromised oversight leaves citizens constitutionally stranded when their elected representatives fail to hold the executive accountable. The second one is that these impeachment processes that the Senator for Nandi has referred to have become political rituals rather than genuine tools for accountability. This is the petitioner telling us that they are frustrated. They are frustrated by their representatives' inability to be able to hold executive to account. Part of the original sin, Honorable Speaker, I always refer to the first Parliament after the promulgation of the current Constitution. In 2013, the then, I think it was President Uhuru Kenyatta, had a big majority in the National Assembly. I remember they used to call it the tyranny of numbers. What the tyranny of numbers essentially guaranteed, and because many of these members of the National Assembly were elected on the president's coalition, they misunderstood their role to be the protection of their political leader. That there was no way you could bring an impeachment motion against President Uhuru Kenyatta because those were his people. I remember a famous case, Honorable Speaker, and I'm sure you do too, when there was an attempted motion of impeachment by the then, I think it was Mithika Linturi, against CS Anne Waiguru. And something happened in Naivasha there, and that motion just died in Naivasha. It disappeared. Up to today, Honorable Linturi has never given us what really happened, the full story of what really happened, and why that impeachment motion could not even be tabled. So the frustration, Honorable Speaker, is palpable amongst the people of Kenya. I have seen calls, even in the current administration, for the impeachment of the current president. Because if you go to Article 145, which specifies the grounds on which a president can be impeached, violation of the Constitution, gross misconduct, or reason to believe that the president has committed a crime under national or international law. If you ask Kenyans, and many of them have called us on many occasions, telling us, Sifuna, honestly, this one is an impeachable offense. Do they believe that there has been some violation of the law in some of the pronouncements, in some of the actions of the current administration? Yes, they do. And I remember even on social media, I was seeing people telling us, you guys, even if it is just trying, you Linda Mwananchi people should try and bring an impeachment motion against the president. We just don't have the numbers. It is impossible to convince the members of the National Assembly who are allied to the president, for instance, now, to support a motion of impeachment, even in the face of the most gross violation of the Constitution. Even when they agree with you that this is wrong, this is unconstitutional, or the president has violated the constitutional law, they will still not support that impeachment motion. And that is where Kenyans are frustrated. If they are saying Parliament cannot even bring that motion against the sitting president, then they should have opportunity to do it themselves. So the procedures specified under Article 145 and 146 and the others that Senator Cherargei referred to are the source of the frustration. Do we believe that we have a National Assembly, for instance, that can impeach or bring an impeachment process against the current sitting head of state? Even in the face of the grossest violation, the Kenyans are telling us they suspect that we don't have a parliament that can do that. And that is where Omusundi is coming from. He is saying, give us that power back. Give us that power back, because political machinations have gone in, financial misconduct is in there in the petition, he says it. So Kenyans are frustrated. What do we do if the institutions of oversight have failed? So instead of condemning Mr. Omusundi wholesome, I think we should understand where he's coming from. His frustration is shared by many Kenyans, many Kenyans. They say we need to see our leaders doing something. Even in the county assemblies. There are county assemblies in this country where they can never even just bring a draft motion of impeachment against the governor. And the best example is the county government of Nairobi. I see people who are elected as MCAs in this county who cannot even draft a motion of impeachment without reference to their political parties and their political leaders. They used to come to my office when I was still the SG of ODM. They used to come to my office and say, SG, if we try this impeachment, will we be called? Then I said, you have a responsibility. You have a responsibility. At the very minimum, the people of Nairobi want to see you trying. If indeed the government has failed as much as you say he has, and they always tag me there on social media, hey, oh, Sifuna should bring the impeachment. Everybody knows that I am a judge. I sit as a judge here. I wait for the assemblies, whether the National Assembly or the county government, the county assemblies, to impeach the governor and bring him to me. You are telling me that MCAs from Nandi, MCAs from Kisii are able to draft impeachment motions, and you are elected as an MCA in an urban town, a city such as this, you cannot even show us a draft impeachment motion. Then they shout, oh, Sifuna, his friends with who, he can't do what. But that is the frustration of Nairobians. They are saying, how is it not possible for us to hold this gentleman to account? And that is where Omusundi is coming from. He says he wishes the people had the right and ability to say, okay, the county assembly is unable to bring a motion, let us do it ourselves, put this thing to a vote, and they will remove that governor. We have county assemblies that have been intimidated. Others have been intimidated, others have been compromised, as Mr. Omusundi says. They can never go after their governor. You have seen some of the things we have experienced here in the Senate, Honorable Speaker. We had a case where the assembly was burnt down, the assembly was invaded, what is it called? The official Hansard was destroyed. By the time you reach here, everybody knows there are problems in that county, but the oversight institutions are unable to bring county governor to account. So Kenyans are sitting and saying, there is a problem with our...
Order, Cherargei. If the senator wishes to mention the county, he will.
Speaker, I don't want to be interrupted. Let me just conclude my remarks, Senator Cherargei, that indeed we have seen situations where there's a big problem in the county assemblies, but you just know that the governor cannot bring, or the MCAs cannot bring impeachment motions against the governor. There was another incident a few years back, Honorable Speaker, where a governor, fearing that MCAs would impeach him, he sequestered a large number of them at a coastal destination. At a coastal destination, they were just there chilling and having a good time on the account of the governor, so that you can deny the House quorum for them to be able to impeach you. So there's all sorts of tricks, and Kenyans are extremely frustrated. they are frustrated in the leadership, they are frustrated in us as a parliament, and they feel that we are unable to do what we were elected to do. I remember during the debate in 2024 on the finance bill, it actually exposed this frustration that we are talking about, Honorable Speaker. Because, can you imagine, you are elected to do what the people want you to do. The people tell you in no uncertain terms that they do not want you to vote for imposition of more taxes on them. And then you have members of parliament in the areas there running around saying they will not change even a comma, that they will vote the way they have been directed by the executive and not by the way in which the Mwananchi want them to vote. This is where the frustration is coming from, Speaker. You saw it yourself. And it took those young people storming parliament for us to be able to for them to get their voices heard. Because if you can't speak for them, they will have to speak for themselves. Speaker, I had even proposed that in terms of some of these more controversial laws that we vote on here, the vote should happen in the individual constituencies. Each MP should go to the social hall there and sit and vote when the people are there. Because these walls here, and this padding we have on the walls and this false sense of security, when you sit in this house, you feel like you are the boss of the people and not vice versa. There's people who, when they are here, they feel that they are insulated from the people. June 25th, 2024 showed that you can be gotten to if you refuse to listen to the people. It doesn't have to be like that. It doesn't have to be like that. So this conversation, I believe it's an important conversation. We have grown wary, our people have grown wary of leaders who get elected, make pledges, they run away from those pledges. We have frustrated the right to recall under Article 104. We have never been able to enact legislation to facilitate this recall for members of parliament. He wants us to move it even a step further by having direct recall right of Mwananchi by against the national governor, the county governors, and the president himself. And Honorable Speaker, we should not just send away Mr. Omusundi, because the last frustration that they face, Honorable Speaker, is that when we want to make amendments to the Constitution that appear to favor us or are beneficial to us as in the leadership, we do it very easily and very fast. Right now, the committee is telling Mr. Omusundi that he should go and prepare constitutional amendments. Yet, Senator Maanzo, even us as a parliament, as a house, we have powers to amend the Constitution. We do have powers to amend the Constitution. If you really wanted to be fair to Mr. Omusundi, you should have told him that we as parliament will take up this responsibility, because we had a conversation here, I think it was in 2023, the NADCO conversation. The NADCO conversation had proposals on how to amend the Constitution to address some of the concerns that had been raised during the 2023 protests. And I remember one of the most controversial proposals was introduction of new positions in leadership in this country, including the position of leader of opposition and the others. Kenyans are frustrated that every time we push constitutional amendments, it's just for us. It's just for us. They ask us every day, when will you ever do something, not for yourselves, but for the country or the ordinary Mwananchi? So I would have encouraged the committee to tell Honorable Musundi, instead of just sending him away saying, go and prepare a constitutional amendment, we should have said, as part of the conversation we have been having in this house about constitutional amendment, one of them is this. And we should even make it easier now, when we come to the election of 2027, to recall members of parliament who go or depart fundamentally away from the promises that they made to the people. With those many remarks and the amendments that are proposed to the recommendation, Honorable Speaker, I support.
Senator Boni Kalwale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to strongly agree with the committee in its recommendation that plenary should reject this petition. Mr. Speaker, since this is so important to Mr. Laban Omusundi, one's intellectual industry should never be challenged without reason. And therefore, on the same tone that the Secretary General Emeritus of ODM has left, maybe it is nice for us to try and understand Laban Msundi. And what better way I can help Laban Msundi in understanding me than to tell him, in the few years I've worked in this house, I've learned why laws are made. Mr. Msundi, why do we make laws? We make laws, Mr. Msundi, so that there is in writing something that can help the maintenance of order. Without laws, the police can do pretty nothing about law and order. And yes, we make laws to protect individual rights. Even the president, deputy president, governor, deputy governor, who would seek to remove through this intended legislation that Msundi speaks to, have individual rights. So unless we legislate, we run the risk of violating those very rights. Mr. Msundi, we also make laws so that they can help us to resolve disputes. And finally, laws are made to ensure that there is justice. Unfortunately, Mr. Msundi, having sympathized with you, I'm unable to see what you are trying to cure by this law that you are proposing, for the reason that there is no constitutional or legal lacuna that you want to address. I therefore must tell you what Professor Ada Obel, the late professor of pharmacology who taught me medicine at the University of Nairobi, for students who used to be discontinued from the program so that they leave any attempts of being doctors, Professor Ada Obel used to call them to his office and tells them that, I am advising you, my son, to go and try your talents elsewhere. On this one, Laban Msundi should try his talents elsewhere. Mr. Speaker, I'm touched by the sincerity of the committee's work, because they took time, they listened to an advisory from the Attorney General, who has been very generous. They listened to the IEBC. They made a very good account on what they thought was the right thing. And finally, they listened to the Forum of County Assemblies. And all three of them authoritatively agreed that to try and do what Laban Msundi is attempting was tantamount to overturning the Constitution. One cannot just overturn the Constitution like that, Mr. Speaker, and therefore, for any sympathizer of this approach, the neat thing to do would be to propose a constitutional amendment. And you cannot attempt to amend the Constitution in the manner that Msundi wants, because already the Constitution of Kenya is very clear. It speaks to how we can amend the Constitution. If wananchi, and Msundi is one such a people, are not satisfied with the constitutional powers that we enjoy as senators members of the National Assembly enjoy, again the same constitution has not locked them out. It asks them, Mr. Speaker, to go ye and ask for a referendum. And therefore, given that Senate is likely to disagree, to reject this petition, Omusundi is free to go and try so that he could call for a referendum in the constitutional manner. Mr. Speaker, I saw the Secretary General Emeritus of ODM being very philosophical in his presentation when he was supporting the committee's resolution. And I'm starting to think maybe the troubles he has gone through over the last few weeks, few months, maybe was a good thing. It is not always easy for a young person like Senator of Nairobi to be philosophical. I think that beating that the Senator of Siaya is subjecting him to is good for him in view of what I see the public urging him to do. It will be good for him to arrive there if he does, when he's emotionally strong. And I want to tell him about the story, not a story, but the song by Betty Midler, the one who sang the great song of God is watching us from a distance. Whenever, Mr. Speaker, we are in this house, we must always know that God is watching us. And like Betty sang, when God is watching from that distance, Mr. Speaker, if you are to enjoy the same view and look down the earth looks all green and blue. You never see the red tiles of your houses. You never see the tarmac roads. From a distance, you only see green and blue. Mr. Speaker, the snow-white mountains, you don't see the mountains. You only see white. And if you are lucky at that time, an eagle is flying, you only see it flap as if it is taking off. I say these things, Mr. Speaker, because we have now entered a very dangerous trajectory. The organized goons that we are starting to witness in public rallies, I want to urge the minister, the IG, and the president, just the three of them, to go and reflect. To go and reflect on what's going on. We cannot have every weekend public rallies, church congregations being attacked by armed youth. Even if that is a route that will help some people to ascend to power, or, Mr. Speaker, remain in power, it's not worth it. Senator Mugeni, Senator Manzo, Senator Muma, and Senator Osozi. We were all there in 2007. You saw how helpless we became. we must all, whether we are friends of the minister in charge of security or not, the IG or not, the president or not, put it on record that that is not our future. It cannot be our future. You might be thinking it is happening only in those rallies where Linda Mwananchi is being haunted, the United Alternative Opposition is being haunted, but it's even happening in small areas, Mr. Osoti, Senator Osoti. As small as on Saturday when I was in Kakamega, in Bukhulunya village, the sitting member of parliament of Lurambi had his own set of goons, and his main challenger, Mr. Vikiru, had his own set of goons. So we were there seated at the mercy of these young people screaming and blowing in vuvuzelas, trying to outshine the other, until I witnessed with my own eyes a full-blooded man beat up his own sister because she was in the different camp. I knew it was brother and sister because that is my village. I know the people around. We have to stop this. And you are not going to fight goons and goonism in this country unless you address the sponsors. You must. I have seen time without count people calling out the principal secretary, Raymond Omolo. Why is action not being taken against him? I saw in Keumbu all the authoritative media houses pointed out the member of parliament, Zahir. Why is action not being taken against him? What are we protecting? You are all cowards. You can't win an election. If you can win an election, you'll go to Makueni and you call a rally. And people come. Some of us, Osoti and I, because we don't have money to buy people, and we don't come from a background of political leaders who made careers through buying people. Masinde Muliro, Wamalo Kijana, George Wellimer Captain. I never saw them buying people, and they won elections over and over again. When Osoti stands at Mbale, when I stand at Malaba town, I'm parked, Mr. Speaker, for 10 minutes, chewing a piece of can or roasted maize. A rally automatically builds in hundreds of people, and I address them. I'm glad that Senator Osoti, you have, I don't know who you copied it from, if it is Baba or from me, thank you. You walk with your public address, a decent man, quiet. People assemble, you climb, you address the people, and you set your agenda. Let Kenyan politicians know that that is the Kenya we want to build. And because some of them were not there, at least all of them, Mr. Speaker, were there on the 25th of June when the Gen Zs invaded us here. It was not easy. I saw my kid sister, Senator Catherine Muma, crying here on the corridors, screaming, "Why are you killing children?" That is how low we can sink. Get rid of this IG. He's not up to it. You need an IG who commands the police, not an IG who is commanded by politicians. Finally, but not least, on this very important point, I want to remind the President the following. One of the pet lines that you made in all the rally that I attended with you was that you will not, if you become president, use chiefs and assistant chiefs and the provincial administration and the security organs to do your politics. You said it, Mr. President, sir. What changed? I support.
Senator Muma.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for an opportunity to contribute to this report. I wish to begin by saying that I support the conclusion of this report. Honorable Speaker, JLAC is one of my former committees, and I wish to vouch that it is a committee that is run with top-notch professionalism. They look into issues very well and do their research, and I totally agree with the conclusion that they have arrived at. And as Senator Mtata explained, that our Constitution contemplated that we would have the three arms of government. We actually have 4 types of institutions. We have the legislature, we have the executive, we have the judiciary, and we have the independent institutions in Chapter 15. It was contemplated that all of this would act to ensure a check and balance, to ensure compliance with the Constitution, and everybody will play their part. Therefore, as government oversights the executive, and as the judiciary decides on whether what Parliament is doing and what the executive is doing is aligned with the Constitution, and as the independent institutions play their role that is supposed to be independent in also beefing up the oversight, we then would have a country that would be great. And it was assumed that those who would be elected in the assemblies, the National Assembly, the Senate, the county assemblies, would be men and women who would represent the citizens of Kenya. And represent the citizens of Kenya means that they would be speaking on behalf of the citizens of Kenya. They would be ensuring that everything we do is aligned with the Constitution. They would be on the side of the people. So, our constitutional order is organized in such a way that the president can be impeached, but by the legislatures. A governor can be impeached, but by the county assemblies. And then for those in the legislatures, they can be recalled by the people. I wish to say, as Senator Sifuna said, the law on recall of members of parliament was done with self-interest. I was in the CIC at the time. We attempted to get this recall to happen earlier, but members of parliament will not pass that, and they made it difficult for a recall to happen. So there was a self-interest in passing that law. But this petition, in my view, honorable members, I would like you to look at the indictment it has given to us as a house. I would not focus so much on where we arrive, and I would like to thank Laban Omsundi. He's one of those citizens that looks at current issues, reads our Constitution, and he brings very well thought through issues. And in this, I'm sure he knew we will tell him that this requires a constitutional amendment. But he has sent a message that is very serious, and I would want to call us to focus on the message that he has given us. Musundi, in the salient issues, is concerned that Parliament and county assemblies are often compromised by political patronage, financial inducements, and party intimidation, and therefore they are unable, even where it behooves us to actually impeach a president, to do so. Is that correct, or is it not correct? I would like you to look at those issues. He actually has indicated that the impeachment processes have become political rituals rather than genuine tools for accountability. And I would want us, this is a house that actually has done more impeachments in terms of governors, looking and confirming what county assemblies have done. Maybe we need to do a research and introspect on the issues that were brought before us on impeachment and ask ourselves, did we act in the interest of the people? I know we go by the vote, that is the requirement, and I support every vote that has happened here, but I would want us to go back on the content and find out. For instance, if you look at the issues that were brought for the impeachment of the Meru governor, would you go home and sleep and say that the Meru governor was properly impeached in accordance to issues that should have gotten her to be impeached? So I would want us to introspect and find out, are the people of Kenya feeling that the legislators are doing their job as they're supposed to do? This is an indictment to us. It's not about the president's impeachment. How many times have we passed a law here with unconstitutional provisions which are then embargoed in the courts? In fact, one of the questions we need to ask the Attorney General, how much are taxpayers paying in legal fees for the executive to defend unconstitutional positions, for the National Assembly and the Senate to be enjoined in passing a law that has breached the Constitution? Who should be paying that? We need to ask for the aggregate amount that we are paying, because as a legislature, we passed a law that is unconstitutional. And that is what Musundi is frustrating Musundi. That yes, we elected you to be our representatives, but the laws you are passing are not the laws we expect of our representatives. And the evidence is out there. And I'm asking, we just go and do the count of those numbers. How many laws have been passed by county assemblies? Hardly any. And when you look at them, you wonder, my goodness, the county assemblies will sit with a governor, he wants a particular thing, and their laws are about giving authority for A, B, and C to happen. We are now evaluating, for instance, how they have implemented the Urban Areas and Cities Act. None of them is following the law on the municipalities. Are the county assemblies doing anything about it? No. All they need to be told, give me somebody to put on the municipality board, and even though municipality boards are doing nothing, they'll actually just appoint them. We are using the tool of governance and power for our own self-purposes. So, Laban Musundi raises issues that are actually indicting us as legislatures. He is telling us, because you can't do your job and you are our representatives, get out of the way so that we do it ourselves. That is actually the sum total of this petition. is that because you represent us, we expected you would do X. You can't do it. Move out of the way. And he's looking at it that way and reading it together with Article 1 of the Constitution, that the power belongs to the people and can be exercised directly. So in his mind, he's wondering, how do we exercise these legislative powers directly, since these guys who represent us now think they represent the president? Now they think they represent a particular governor. Now they think they represent themselves. That is the indictment that we are being given as legislators. And this is what I would urge. When you make a law, you're making a law for everybody in the country. I would want to ask all of us, for the few remaining laws that we have, why don't we just pass laws that will serve the nation? And when you're writing a law, that law applies to whoever is in UDA, in ODM, in DCP, or in no party. It applies the same. And it's high time we stop being puppets. In fact, once I told somebody on the majority side, why are you passing this housing law with clear flaws? It will end up in the courts. And the person told me, not all laws are perfect. Let it pass. That's what the executive wants. And that law was embargoed. Who did it hurt, number one? In my view, the first person to be hurt by that law was the president, by embargoing it. Because his program was delayed, because the law was taken to court. So it doesn't help the president either. And Mr. President, don't have advisors who give you stuff that is unconstitutional. They are making you look bad. They are making you look bad. They are making you look like you like to be above the law. Allow the rule of law to be there. If we allow the rule of law, in fact, we will stop the sideshows of looking on who has better goons. We will start looking at what you are doing with the rule of law that is helpful to this country. So, colleagues, as you look at this petition, let's have the intelligence to see what Omusundi is telling us about us. He's actually telling us, you have failed as legislators. Do something about this. It is not about impeaching the president, no. It is because he wants to impeach the president because you have refused to oversight the president. And if we oversighted the president properly, I'm sure he would look good, because the focus would be around development and the other things. The focus will not be on what he did wrong, on what is going wrong, on what is unconstitutional. And we have that power. We have failed to use that power properly. We have misused the power of majority. We even use it to intimidate. If somebody is speaking the truth, then they must be removed from this committee. Then they must be removed from this position because they have spoken the truth. What a country. Instead of celebrating those who stand for right, we actually want to hit at them. We want to use the power of a political party, the power of being majority, to actually hit at them, or even being minority. So my view is that we give accolades to Omusundi for what he has done, and this is not the only petition, and we introspect and ask ourselves. But the same goes to the Kenyans. Why are you frustrated? You are the ones who elected these people who clap and vote yes for a law that is unconstitutional. You are the one who brought them. You are the ones who brought them. So this is a collective problem. of both the citizens and their representatives. So, Mr. Msundi, even as you indict us, start asking yourselves as citizens, who can truly represent us and who can truly respect our Constitution? Because our Constitution has become a book for the record. It is not being respected. I don't want to go further. Honorable Speaker, I know you want me to relieve you on the seat, but I had to speak to this one, and with this opportunity, I thank you.
Thank you, Senator Muma. Senator Osoti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, indeed, this motion is a very, very important motion by one Mr. Laban Msundi. And I want to agree with the members who have said that though the committee has recommended that Mr. Msundi brings a constitutional amendment, which will go through the process provided within the Constitution of Kenya. But there is a very, very important message that Mr. Msundi is communicating to us as a representative of the people, that something is not right. And we as a representative of the people, we need to fix it. We know that Article 142 and 146 and also Article 181 provides the grounds for removal of the president and the governors respectively. But they do not also provide the recall mechanism, which is initiated by the citizen. That is citizen-initiated recall mechanism. That has been left to the members of parliament and members of county assembly, which is provided for in the Constitution and also in the Election Act. There could have been good reasons why the president and the governors were insulated from this recall mechanism. Maybe one may have thought that that will protect them from incessant public agitation, political harassment, and destabilizing recall attempts. But I can clearly see where Msundi is coming from. Mr. Msundi is among the many Kenyans who are frustrated by the mechanisms which are there in the Constitution. The mechanisms which are there in the Constitution is removal through impeachment for the president and for the governors. And I want to talk about that because this is an important issue and a message that that Msundi is trying to pass to us. Whereas this House has processed many impeachment for governors. Some have been successful, others have not been successful. But as a House, we are proud that we have exercised our constitutional powers to remove governors or to reject attempts to impeach some governors by county assemblies. It is saddening that the National Assembly has not impeached even a single public officer since we got this new constitution. No cabinet secretary has been impeached.
by the National Assembly. The Deputy President has not been impeached by the National Assembly and even the President. And that is a problem. And I think the committee should not just have rejected this petition by Mr. Omusundi. They should also have looked at the issues that Mr. Omusundi was raising. Because, Mr. Speaker, if this, our National Assembly was operating as per the Constitution, they would have impeached or sent home many, many, many people. There is a lot of things going wrong in this country, and nothing is happening. Because our critical institution or organ of the state called legislature has been hijacked. I know one of the members in the National Assembly said this on a TV station, and he was suspended from the House, Honorable Kibagendi. But that is the truth. Particularly the National Assembly has been hijacked by the executive. And Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I can say this 1,000 times. If the National Assembly is behaving like an appendage of the state, both in the House and outside the House, when they are in chambers, they pass laws which are punitive. They make decisions which are unconstitutional. They protect the ills of the state. When they are out of the chambers, you are seeing them over the weekend doing activities which are unlawful. Madam Speaker, you come from the Western region, and you can see what is happening there, and I'm very sad as a leader from that region. And you are, and also my big brother, Boni Khalwale. Just because Sifuna Star has risen, and our community is beginning to believe in him, the President of the Republic of Kenya has panicked. He has summoned the Speaker of the National Assembly, the Prime Cabinet Secretary, the CS for Cooperative, the PSS from the region, the members of parliament who are supporting broad-based, and they are roaming around the region. Roaming around the region, distributing handouts in the name of empowerment. It is sad. It is sad doing that after the failure of this government to implement the MOU they signed. 30% of government for the region. 1,000 kilometers of tarmac road for the region. 5 manufacturing plants for the region. They have done nothing, Madam Speaker. Instead, the little we have has been taken away. Zoya sugar has been taken away. You saw the shenanigans of Umia sugar. Look at Busia sugar. Look at pan pepper. And then, because there is a threat, these people are not working, they are not in the office. Their work is to roam around villages, giving out people handouts, and being protected around by a PA to the president, by the name Farouk Kibet. Madam Speaker, it is sad that in a civilized government, this can never happen. And I'm glad our people are eating that money and nothing is changing on the ground. There is no traction. And if you are listening to me and you are from that region, the mwananchi in Kakamega, Vihiga, Busia, Trans Nzoia, Bungoma, we are asking you, when they come with the bags of money, take the money away, but exercise your constitutional right in 2027 by voting out this government. But what saddens me, Madam Speaker, is that our own members of parliament who understand that there are mechanisms for empowerment of our people. We have the Youth Enterprise Fund, we have the Women Enterprise Fund, and we have other funds, the Weather Fund. This money should be channeled through those institutions and not carrying sacks of money from one place to another in the name of empowerment. Questions that come is that, what is the source of that money? Where is that money coming from? Who is giving that money? If we were in a civilized society, members of parliament would not participate in that, and they will raise issues in the National Assembly. But since they have been captured, they see no evil, they hear no evil, and they will be there to facilitate the state to continue doing things which are unconstitutional. So when you see people like Laban Musundi coming up with this kind of petition, it's because the citizens are saying that if you cannot impeach, we have given you the power to impeach. If you cannot impeach, let us do it ourselves through a recall process. So it's a genuine request which we must look at. Because it is very frustrating. It is very frustrating when a state officer is carrying goons in a chopper from one function to another. And this is a person who is supposed to be in charge of security system in this country. But when he is countered on issues of goons, he will come and say, the government is doing this, the government is doing this, whereas nothing is happening. Madam Speaker, this is unacceptable. And I want to believe that if the National Assembly and even this Senate followed the law, by now President Ruto will be out of office through impeachment. Because he took the oath to uphold and protect the Constitution of Kenya. But that is not what he's doing. It is also sad, Madam Speaker, that the speakers of this House are on the loose, Madam Speaker. Not you. I'm not referring to you.
Order, Senator Osotsi. If you have any accusation to make about a speaker, you know the process to do that. So
Madam Speaker,
you will proceed without impugning any improper motives or following the correct procedure to accuse any speaker that needs to be accused. Proceed.
Madam Speaker, may I remind you, I know you are a very competent lawyer in this country. May I remind you that there are orders which have been issued by the High Court.
Honorable senators and orders, Senator Osotsi, I am presiding and I have made a ruling. Do not remind me of anything. In this particular instance, you want to cite any speaker, please follow the correct procedure. Proceed. No, there is nothing to clarify. What are you clarifying? Honorable Khalwade, don't go there. Proceed.
Madam.
Senator Khalwade, yes. 1 minute. You may sit down for a bit.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I appreciate how accurate you are in the guidance you've given the Senator of Vihiga. But because the debate in the House is about a removal of a president and a deputy president, a session that takes place when a speaker is now presiding over the House. So in view of the court orders, would the speaker still be able to preside over such a proceedings if we wanted to remove President William Ruto? Maybe you should help us.
Senator Kalou, you are bringing a hypothetical situation and you want me to rule. I don't think I will do that. I will not be baited for that. Senator Osotsi, you may proceed in the correct direction.
Madam Speaker, I will reserve that for another day. But what I'm trying to imply is that we are running public institutions with impunity. And that is not limited to executive side, even legislative side. Things are being run with impunity. When we have a scenario where a court has given orders, and then whoever is supposed to obey the orders goes ahead to ignore those orders and perform the same act the court stopped that person from doing. And then you get yourself in a scenario where the court has to process contempt of court proceedings. It is not right. And if we were in a civilized society, that is a ground for impeachment, Madam Speaker. And what I'm trying to explain is that since we have failed to do the right thing in our houses, people like Omsundi and others are frustrated, and they're saying, why can't you give us back that power to do it ourselves? Madam Speaker, when I come to the issue of goons, the goons are ruling this country now, Madam Speaker. And it's very sad that even the police are working alongside the goons. We were in Kisii when we were passing through Keumbu, and the police, together with the goons, were throwing stones at us, Madam Speaker. When we were in Nyahururu, the driver of Governor Kangata was shot on the chest with a rubber bullet. And the police came forward and said, it is not us. We were there, we saw it. What kind of a country is this? And we have members of parliament who are the first ones to come and protect the police and say the police were not involved. And many other explanations. Madam Speaker, it is high time we relooked at the conduct of our legislature, our executive, and stop what is happening. This madness cannot continue. And Madam Speaker, public officers are supposed to sit in their offices. Now we have public officers roaming around distributing food, distributing money. They are not in the offices to serve people of Kenya in the name of campaigning for 2027. Something has to be done, and I want to say that President William Ruto, you promised Kenyans a number of things. You promised that you will institute a process to deal with the state capture of key institutions, and nothing has been done. Instead of constituting a commission to deal with the matter of state capture, you have actually enhanced state capture in every institution in this country, including parliament. And that is an impeachable ground. And if impeachment cannot work, then I think it's important for this process suggested by Mr. Omsundi to be implemented. Because we are seeing a scenario where we have political patronage in our institution. We are seeing a scenario where financial inducement is the main thing. We are seeing impunity
We are seeing intimidation even within the party. And it is sad, Madam Speaker, that my party, ODM, the party of Raila Amolo Odinga, can stand up and say, we need a president who is a dictator. It is sad that we have gotten to that level. It is sad when you hear people say that there is no harm, there is no mistake in one contributing 10 million in one function. The question is, where did that money come from? So something has to be done in this country, and that is the message Mr. Laban Musundi is trying to communicate to us. Madam Speaker, I support the report, but request that the issues raised by Laban Musundi be looked at keenly, so that when we have a moment for constitutional amendment, we need to provide for a citizen-initiated recall for the president and governors, besides the impeachment process which is provided for in our constitution. I support.
Senator Mogeni.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for also giving me an opportunity to make my contribution on this report by the Standing Committee of Justice, Legal Affairs, and Human Rights. Madam Speaker, whereas I agree with the general recommendation of the report, which is that we should reject the route being proposed by Mr. Musundi, this petition, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, as we have rightly pointed out, should be a wake-up call to this Parliament. When I say Parliament, it should be a wake-up call to the National Assembly and to the Senate of the Republic of Kenya. Madam Speaker, when a citizen takes time, pens a petition, and says that he, as a citizen, he has concerns that Parliament and county assemblies are often compromised by political patronage, meaning, Mr. Speaker, that there are people out there holding political positions that direct how Parliament conducts its business. And then he says that this House is compromised through financial inducements, Madam Speaker. And thirdly, he says that we have fallen short of enjoying trust by Kenyans because of party intimidation. Madam Speaker, this constitution was hailed as one of the most democratic in Africa, and you midwifed it. And you know how it was celebrated in the continent of Africa as one of the most progressive constitutions ever enacted, Madam Speaker. And I must thank the president who received this baton, President Kibaki. He allowed freedom to flourish. In the days of President Kibaki, Madam Speaker, Parliament was lively. Parliament could debate issues. Because a debate means that you have a right to oppose what the other side has said. Debate in the House, Madam Speaker, in the Commonwealth means that you don't need to agree with what the other side is saying, the government side or majority side. That's what it is meant by having a debate in Parliament. But Madam Speaker, what we are seeing happening now in our Parliament is a situation where we turn back to listen what is the wish of the executive on a matter. I remember, Madam Speaker, that in 2011, when my name was proposed to this House to be the head of Anti-Corruption Commission, there was a serious debate on the floor of the House. And people were given the freedom to freely air their views on the floor and cast a vote on how their conscience guided them, Mr. Speaker. I remember cabinet ministers then, cabinet secretaries now, ministers as they were known then, who stood up and told Kibaki that they did not agree the way he was handling that matter of nominee to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. I remember James Orengo was a cabinet minister then, but he voted to reject the name that had been forwarded by the executive. The vote was 49-49, Madam Speaker. But we are seeing a situation, Madam Speaker, even on an issue that our conscience should guide us. We are being told you must support broad-based government. Madam Speaker, we know how coalitions are crafted. Me, I'm a member of ODM. Nobody has brought any matter to my attention where there has been an agreement between UDA and ODM to have a coalition, and what terms are governing that coalition. So when Mr. Musundi says issue of party intimidation should be addressed, we should take note and do something, because Parliament should be reactive. If we notice that there is a problem, Madam Speaker, we must confront it. Mr. Speaker, when Senator Manzo or Senator Ososi is elected to this House, you are here to represent, you are here to oversight, Madam Speaker, and the only way you can represent and oversight is you come here, cast your vote as Senator for Vihiga or Senator for Makueni, and also, as the Constitution permits, be a member of a standing committee and participate without intimidation from your political party. And we can borrow what happens in the Commonwealth, Madam Speaker. You know that during Brexit in the UK, in 2013, the then Prime Minister gave members of House of Commons a free vote. He said on this one, vote guided by what your conscience tells you. Because we are in a democracy, Madam Speaker. So we as members of ODM, we belong to, when you look at the ideals of parties, we believe that ODM stands for a democratic society where there is openness, where there is freedom to debate on issues, and where you are given freedom to cast a vote guided by what your conscience tells you. That's what Musundi is telling us, that we should not allow this issue of party intimidation or political patronage. Even as way back as 1975, Prime Minister Wilson in the UK allowed members of the cabinet to break the issue of collective responsibility in cabinet and vote on issues that touched on the European Union as their conscience guided them. So this matter, Madam Speaker, should make us to look either our standing orders, look at our constitution, because our constitution is not cast in stone, Madam Speaker. We expect in a Senate or a National Assembly that has the majority side and the minority side, when the majority side makes a statement, Madam Speaker, I expect my minority leader, Stuart Mazayo, judge, retired judge, to give a counter response to the minority's position, which should be the government position. And if Judge Mazayo is doing that, nobody should intimidate him. That's what we see every day, Madam Speaker. Even if you watch tomorrow on Wednesday, debate in the House of Commons, that's what you see. If that is not happening, then we have no debate. We should say we are not a democracy, we are a dictatorship, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, on the issue of violence, I'm waiting to hear what the President will tell Parliament when he'll make his address to Parliament. Because under Article 240, he is the chair of the National Security Council. And the Constitution says in Article 243 that the Council shall exercise supervisory control over the national security organs. I want to know whether it's the President who is supervising the police officers who are killing Kenyans. And then we respond by saying we have set 1.2 billion shillings to pay victims without accountability. We need to know, Madam Speaker, who killed the people being compensated. What action has been taken? It could be they be prosecuted, Madam Speaker. Disciplinary action can be taken, Madam Speaker. When George Floyd was killed by a police officer, the entire world witnessed. The police who were involved were arrested, they were prosecuted, and they were jailed. How can we as a country be saying we are paying victims of that violence without seeing people being taken to court? And we should also go for extraordinary steps as a House. We should summon the Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya, Madam Speaker, to appear before us and tell us what has the judiciary done with the cases that have been presented before them. And the judiciary should not hide under this concept of judicial independence. Go to the House of Lords every year in June. And the Lord Chief Justice of UK currently is a lady. She attends the House of Lords, Madam Speaker, and she gives a scorecard how the judiciary has protected human rights, Madam Speaker, and how the judiciary has dispensed justice to the citizens of UK. We also want the Chief Justice to come here because I saw she attended the launch of that distribution of 1.2 billion shillings. Let her also come and tell us, does the judiciary support this impunity of saying that you kill people, you pay them, and then we close the chapter, Madam Speaker. So in this year, because the Constitution obligates the President to give a report to Parliament, I want to hear what will the President of the Republic of Kenya tell Parliament about the killings that we have witnessed. Madam Speaker, the constituency of Nyaribari Chache has been represented by prominent sons of Omogusi. We had Nyamweya, we had the late Omanga, we had Simeon Nyachai, we had Monda, there was Chris Bichage, then we had Richard Tongi, and now we have Zairi Jianda. And the people of Nyaribari Chache were magnanimous, gracious. They have elected Zairi Jianda. He's not from the Omogusi ethnic group, but they have extended grace to him and elected him as their member of Parliament. And then you see reports, Madam Speaker, that the same MP is trying to meet violence against the sons and daughters of Omogusi. We are a very welcoming community, Madam Speaker. When Senator Sifuna and his friends visited Kisii, we welcomed them and we wanted them to come, talk to the people of Gusii, and then they leave without any violence, Madam Speaker. And that happened in several places, but when they reached Keumbu, Madam Speaker, they were attacked. And there is every indication, Madam Speaker, that the member of Parliament for Nyaribari Church must have been involved in that attack. What is he trying to show the people of Gusii, Madam Speaker? I have seen UDA meetings in Nyamira. I've never thought of planning to go and attack any politician from the UDA political wing, because they have freedom to come and sell their policies to my people know what they will do. They will listen to them, but they know what to do, Madam Speaker. As I speak, we have lost our life. A son of Omogusi died from that violence. Madam Speaker, how shameful can it be, Madam Speaker? How shameful can it be? Mzee Simon Nyachai must be turning in his grave and wondering, what happened to the people of Nyaribari Church? What happened? Simon Nyachai was a presidential candidate in 2002. He campaigned all over the country. Madam Speaker. And then what is annoying, Madam Speaker, no action has been taken. It's like the law in this country only applies to certain people, but others are above the law, Madam Speaker. Where will this country head to in 2027? With what we are witnessing in Kalou, Madam Speaker. We are making our politics look like a war. People against one set of people against another set of people within the same constituency. Madam Speaker, it is not a do or die contest. The goal must not be win by all means, Madam Speaker. And I don't know what IBC is going to tell the country. Madam Speaker, if you read Article 81 of the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya, that as general principles for our electoral system, it is very clear, Madam Speaker. Article 81E says, any election must be free from violence. It must be free from intimidation. It must be free from improper influence. It must be free from corruption. Madam Speaker, you have witnessed what is happening in Kalou. Government is distributing gas cookers, mattresses bearing GK markings. I don't know whether they were meant for hospitals, Madam Speaker. And we want to tell the country that that's a free and fair election, Madam Speaker. That's corruption. What is ethics and corruption doing about what we are seeing? Open bribery, Madam Speaker. People are getting money, 1,000, no change, go with it. The following day, 2,000, Madam Speaker, just because you want to influence the outcome of a parliamentary election. Look at what is happening in civilized countries. Elections happen every day out there. You look at UK, there will be a by-election, Madam Speaker. Labour, Democrats will come, fight. But they're just doing a fight on the platform of campaign, not what we are seeing. If this kind of bribery happened in that country, so many people, Madam Speaker, will be forced to leave office by resigning, Madam Speaker. So even as we agree with this report that we reject the Musundi petition, Madam Speaker, there should be a wake-up call to the Parliament of Kenya that we are being accused of making our decisions based on financial inducements, political patronage, and that there is party intimidation within the floor of National Assembly and the Senate. That, Madam Speaker, should attract some action from us. We cannot ignore what Mr. Musundi is drawing our attention to. Something should be done. And as I conclude, Madam Speaker, I've read newspapers today on opinions, but I want to tell Kenyans, on 2nd of August 2022, the same company that released opinion polls had given Raila Odinga a lead of 47.6%, ahead of William Ruto at 41%. When we went to the ballot, Ruto was at 50 point something percent, Raila was at 48. These companies that do opinion polls should be professional, they should be truthful, they should not play politics with opinion polls, Madam Speaker. But the comfort is, I remember even in I think that was 2015, when we had a very hot contest between Labour and the Conservatives in London. Opinion polls were pointing towards Miliband, winning against Cameroon. But when the results came, Cameroon was ahead over 37% against Miliband, who was at 30%. 2025, in April, in Australia, opinion polls were indicating that Peter Dutton was going to dethrone the Labour government of Anthony Albanese. But when the results came, in fact, Peter Dutton lost his own parliamentary seat. So these opinion polls are being released to play politics, to influence what is going to happen in Kalou on Thursday. Maybe we need to come up with a law, Madam Speaker, that demands more accountability from these companies that do opinion polls. So with those many remarks, Madam Speaker, I hope that our former colleague, Senator Murkomen, will search his conscience, Madam Speaker. We will search his conscience, Madam Speaker, and do something about the violence that we are seeing. Madam Speaker, we want to see action, we want to see arrests, Madam Speaker, either on the politicians who organize for this thuggery or from the youths who are involved in this violence. We want a peaceful country. This is the only country we have called Kenya. I support Madam Speaker.
The mover may reply.
Madam Speaker, I'm guided that I've got 30 minutes to reply. Unfortunately, the members are not here, the ones who raised issues, Madam Speaker, and this is a very, very serious report, which came through a petition, Madam Speaker, and this petition was seriously considered through the committee of JLAC. And actually, the fact that it was in the first place approved show that it had very serious issues. And Madam Speaker, we sat and listened to Omsudi as a committee and any other people who were interested parties. Omsudi was very serious and the high conviction that something should be done, that something has gone very wrong in the nation, and that something has to correct that situation. Although we have a constitution, his content was that none of us is following the constitution. Although we have impeachment laws and there have been impeachments of governors in this house, and there was an impeachment of a deputy president, he felt that we've not been following the constitution, and therefore, pursuant to Article 1 of the Constitution, then the people should seize this power, and he was comparing it with the power of the National Assembly and the County Assembly. In fact, although people talk about MPs and where a senator is an MP, actually in the law, Madam Speaker, there's nowhere you can impeach a senator, but you can impeach a member of National Assembly. But then there has to be a law. And there have been attempts to impeach members of National Assembly. Signatures have been collected, and after signatures have been collected, they have got to be taken to IBC for verification. And then there's a time you can impeach a member of National Assembly and a time you cannot. Attempts has also been made at the county assemblies, and it has ended up in frustrations. So even when he's proposing that we impeach a president or a governor as a people, and that a law should be made, of course he's proposing an act of parliament, which we have told him, if the petition is in that direction, it is rejected. If he had come up with a petition asking the House to help him move a public motivated or a public enhanced system whereby we'll end up amending the Constitution and allowing people's impeachment, then we would have answered differently. So when we were saying we reject, we were not being rude to him. In fact, there was a lot of research done, and he made a serious presentation as to the situation in South Africa, where a president is impeached by the people, but through the political party. And it is true, if a political party was fed up with its president, through its numbers, supported by other numbers in the House, through a political party, you can actually impeach. But in our scenario, you've got to come to the House through an impeachment motion. So as much as its frustrations can be seen, which have been expressed, that in 2024, and this is where this was born, Madam Speaker, there was a finance bill going on in the House, and we were all here. There was a public participation, but everything looked cosmetic. People talked about the cost of bread. They even went to where the committee was and ate bread there to show that they are dissatisfied. So when the people made public participation, very little was adopted. Madam Speaker, I remember one of the controversial amendments of the Statutory Instruments Act is a section 21, was simply be deleted by a finance bill. You see, some of the regulations deal with finance, but there are many other regulations which don't deal with finance. So they were all lumped up, and if you follow the debate in the House, everybody was agreed. But what was the reason? I sit in the Committee of Delegated Legislation. The reason was this act came into Parliament in 2013, and it says after 10 years, you must, review the regulations. So what do they do? 2023, the regulations expired. They were no longer in force. So 2024, instead of making an amendment of the act itself, which they have tried to do later, and there are 2 amendments pending in this House, what they did now was to go and revive this regulation through the back door, through the finance bill. And that was one reason, among many reasons, why Kenyans felt frustrated. I mean, you know how to amend an act as a House, but you want a shortcut. Similarly, miscellaneous amendment of laws come up with similar challenges, whereby through miscellaneous amendment of act, there's a lot of laziness by the House. And now I'm replying on the frustration by the Houses. The frustrations Kenyans have faced through the Houses. And that, Madam Speaker, people are feeling, including Musudi, that we elect people who no longer serve the reason why we elected them. And then the election in the country, the nominations through the political party, the nominations through the independents, when one goes for nominations, that's where the frustrations begin. You actually win a nomination, but you go to your party headquarters and you find that the certificate has gone with somebody else. So you've got to begin another long journey of going independent, and time is running out, and eventually you lose a seat. You file an election petition. If it is a nomination level, you go to the political parties tribunal. You can't go direct to the High Court. You go around in circles there. The frustrations are many, even when one wants to become a leader. And that's why I will not be surprised if Obama was a Kenyan and wanted to be elected MCA, maybe they will be beaten by that system we have in political parties, and nobody will see his talent, and you probably lose at nominations, or win, then go and to receive the certificate, and he doesn't have any, and is very frustrated, tries the court systems and is frustrated. But in America, he is able to become a president, because the system which we have borrowed heavily with our constitution works, and the political parties apply justice. So the idea of frustration came out very well from Mr. Omsudi. He showed that and the helplessness, and he was representing very many people because he's also an activist, and he has also tried politics, and he's been frustrated. And therefore, he was looking for a system whereby we can enhance accountability, whereby we can check the executive. And now that his expression was, now that we have failed as a house to check the executive, because the only thing which you call the executive at order, either at the county level or at a national level, what you call them to order is the threat of impeachment. But as you have seen, that threat is not that much. We know what happens. You want to impeach a governor, he takes away three-quarters of the House. The case of Governor Songo, the issues that vote was online, vote be online, that it didn't happen. Strangers voted. And eventually, Songo was impeached in National Assembly. Was impeached in this House. And it went to court, High Court, Court of Appeal, Supreme Court, and the impeachment was confirmed. But it was still, there were now affidavits to say that, honestly, there was no quorum at the National Assembly. What does that mean? That the whole impeachment nullity was a fraud. So then what is the answer? I believe the courts are still following that, and even in this same committee, I have seen, those proceedings beginning to take shape now, Madam Speaker. So the frustration came out very well, and that's why they were asking. But the reason we have listened to him and took the trouble to bring this report here is because we thought it is worth some debate, and even if the method he has proposed is not applicable now and under the current law and under the current constitution, then, Madam Speaker, we have to have this debate so that the House can trigger the nation thinking what can be done in the future, and can encourage many other people who think these amendments of the Constitution are possible to use the right channel and make sure that using the right channel, this can be achieved. It is a very big petition now that it is shaking the foundations of the executive, and it is calling Parliament to do something, and it is calling the people to do something, Madam Speaker. He has talked about weak systems, weak Parliament, weak courts, weak anti-corruption system, because he talked of bribes. in the House and the lack of integrity. And then, although I could not verify,
Honorable Senators, it's now 6:30 p.m. Time to adjourn the Senate. Honorable Manzo, you have a balance of 12 minutes when we resume. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until tomorrow, Wednesday, 15th July 2026 at 9:30 a.m.